All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, April the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. I had to delay because I covered sold most of the IDAI mentioned on a 6 break. That would get me really interested. And look at the volume that came in, got up to that 650 mark. So I'm out most of it right now. I'm going to see if it can hold this level and maybe pop again. The pre-market highs were 755, so that's a bit of a magnet. And the yes, okay, thank you, guys. Anyway, they did have some news, ADAI, and of course, it's all about the float, 15 million in the float. This is going to easily trade the float. It's already traded 9 million. They did have some news, some kind of a product launch for them. But let's get to the big news this morning. Now, of course, if you were in the room yesterday, we all saw what happened with Facebook. We saw that, let's back up on the 15-minute chart. If you were here, what time was that? That was at 1:15 until the time 1 o'clock. So at 1 o'clock, that's when that false Bloomberg report came out, basically saying that Facebook's earnings were going to be bad, 6% down, something like that. I can't remember what exactly it said, and then it turned out to be completely false. Meanwhile, so there was Facebook sitting around, 177. Everybody's realizing they're going to have earnings after hours, and it popped all the way down to 168 before the news came out that it was erroneous. However, I'm sure a lot of people, and probably myself included, but a lot of people in the room thought, okay, maybe the news shouldn't have come out, but probably it's going to be right. Look what happened, because it started to drift down, got down to 171. Facebook comes out with their earnings, and look what happened. So if you were short, if you were thinking, well, it's going to be a disaster like all the other tech stocks, man, oh man, you would have been hit hard. So it did get up to about 210. It is drifting down, yes, and I don't know if it's going to hold this level. But the bottom line is that was terrible. What happened with Bloomberg? I mean, I'll bet you any money there's going to be some lawsuits, because if you were sitting here and you sold in panic, and now you're seeing this after hours, you'd be irate. So that's Facebook. You know what? I remember you're saying putting a price target of 180. I thought I do remember you saying that, blue collar. Anyway, there's more happening. So the IDAI, yeah, I mean, remains to be seen what's going to happen with it once the market opens, but so far a pretty decent trade for me in the pre-market. RCMT, not the RCMP, if you're Canadian. RCMP is gapped up on earnings, and it's an all-time high. Not a heck of a lot of volume. They released earnings after hours yesterday. There's that mauve area right here. So there's the reaction to earnings, and it's holding. I mean, it's basically holding. The after hours high was about 15.56, so it's about $1 lower, but it's an all-time high. Remember now, all-time highs and all-time lows are, we don't count. Nobody counts I should say nobody, but we certainly don't count post-market or after-hour prints. And yeah, TDOC, disaster. Look at that, down 43%. I have an alert set down here underneath 30 and see if it takes out 30 again. What a disaster. Good to see you back in the room, William. SQZ is gapping up on no earnings. I know I have some news on them. Oh, okay. So they got FDA approval. No, no, not FDA approval. Fast track designation. Okay, they received fast track designation. So that's the news for SQZ. I don't think I've seen this one before. It's another low float, 17.5 million in the float. OCUP, it's a little guy. He's got way down here. Well, not way down, it's 10%. Actually, it's been pretty, I didn't even see this. When I saw it, it was down here around 190. And trying to see if there's any specific news. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's all over the place. I mean, they did release some news about their new drug application. On that news, it popped up to 293, but then it gave it all up down to 178. So it's all over the place. So I'm just going to forget about it. It's another low float situation, and I guess I'm just going to forget about it. Here is another gap up on, it's an earnings play, ATOM, very low volume right now though. Very low volume, only 18,000. They released earnings after hours, big gap up, got up to 1128, ATOM. So it's an earnings play. It's a low float, 20 million in the float. Yeah, just have to wait and see what happens when the market opens. Yeah, BTU, this is one I did short in the pre-market also. Well, also shorted this one. Yeah, they released earnings, looked good for a while. Got up to 28.52, and then look at the collapse here. I wish I didn't get it up here. I only got about $1, a little over $1 on the short, but man, oh man, now it's starting to bounce. I guess nobody's buying flowers for Mother's Day. Look at flowers, FLWS. Usually Mother's Day is a big day. Look at this, almost not quite an all-time low, only 15% above an all-time low. And it's an earnings play, just getting absolutely clobbered. I mean, that's a big gap down, 30%. Not a heck of a lot of volume, and it's a relatively low float. But that is FLWS. JKS is another earnings play. JKS, I think it's down. Solar play, JKS. I think it was in a gap down. Yeah, JKS is another earnings play, and it is gap down. I have this one as a note. CMCSA. CMCSA. It was all over the place. It's another earnings play. It gapped way up here to 47, and it's come right back down to 43. I don't know how much streaming they do, but I think they probably have a streaming component, Comcast. Here's a more expensive one. This is a big gap down also, I believe, a line, ALGN. Yeah, look at this gap down. For those of you wanting to play more expensive stocks, look at this one, down 22%, 73 million, not a crazy high float, not low. But look at this one, ALGN. What a gap down for this one. And XPON, something to do with lithium, EV, so we'll call it the EV sector. And trading high after the company announced it began shipments of more than 500 E360 lithium batteries, etc. Okay, so that was your news from XPON, and it's a crazy low float, 2 million in the float. It's going to trade the float over and over again today. So it did hit a high in the pre-market of 517 or so. And there's ADAI right back up. So Zach is pointing out, and if he can't get shorts, boy, that's going to be widespread, obviously. I mean, there are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers, which basically, just think about it this way. Then, people wanting, obviously people wanting to short, if there are shorts available, they can drive the price down. So there's no downward pressure from massive shorting on something like this. Doesn't mean it's going to just keep going higher, but at least you don't have to worry about massive shorting coming in. So again, if Zach can't find, or maybe they're very hard to borrow, a huge fee to borrow a center point. I mean, I don't know if that's what he means, but certainly no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. So your little magnet is over here, 750. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but now the next high looking left, 655, $7 and 735. So you can see these highs over here. So it actually in the pre-market, it got above this high right over here. So this is a big move for this company, ADAI, and it's some kind of a product launch. AGRX, I can't remember, but did I talk about AGRX? No, I don't think so. Wow, it popped up and now it's right back down. So I can forget about this one. See if they had any news. I don't see any news on it. ACHR, this was hammered a little bit yesterday. Got up to 4 something and it closed down at 370 something. Anyway, JP Morgan has put a $7 price target on them. Okay, so that's probably the reason for the little pop for ACHR. Yeah, I've seen that several times. Going in, trying to find a stock in FinViz. Oh, wait a minute, maybe I got the wrong. It's IDAI. I'm sorry. Have I been saying ADAI? Sorry. It's IDAI. Sorry. Hopefully I didn't put ID. What did I put in the oh good, no. I put IDAI. I may have been saying ADAI. Yeah, we talked about TDOC. Obviously it's a big Kathy Wood stock. Just hammered earnings. I'm kind of waiting to see if it takes out 30 again. And a massive gap down. That's, 152 million in the float to go down 42%. Wow. Even Lending Club, I did see Lending Club, LC, it is an earnings play also. Big gap up after earnings. Never mind these guys, these big candles here. So it's a big gap up after earnings released yet after hours yesterday. Kind of holding, and that is LC. All right, let's see what the analysts talked about today in terms of upgrades and downgrades. How active are they? Well, I can tell you one thing. I'm going to tease you on this one a little bit, but anyway, the upgrades. Take a look at the upgrades. All right, these are the upgrades from briefing.com this morning. And now I'm going to talk a little bit about the downgrades. Now the list looked really long. And it is a pretty long list. However, one of the reasons why it's super long, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I see 7 downgrades for TDOC. Okay, so I see 7 downgrades for TDOC. So that's what made that list a lot longer than, they're not individual stocks. It's mainly TDOC. So with that in mind, remember we saw that with Netflix. When Netflix had its earnings and it already had gapped down a lot, and then it proceeded to just keep moving down. We saw about 6 or 7 downgrades, and I'm sure there are more. Remember, this is just from briefing.com. There could be many, many more downgrades for TDOC. All right, so the list is not as long as when I first saw it, and this is what I'm talking about, okay? You know, all these downgrades, TDOC, 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 right there. So for me, I have an alert, I think, set for TDOC or underneath that 32 level, 31 level, sorry. Meanwhile, I'm hearing CYN, CYN, CYN over and over again. This is not shortable for me. When I'm hearing it, this is my gap downs, gap ups. This is text to voice. So I hear her saying CYN, CYN, CYN. Ah, and why? We've got a financing. $20 million financing at, let's see, did they say the price? 298. So it's basically right there, right at the financing price, a little bit low, a little bit below it. I don't have any more of my IDAI left, but you know what? Takes out the 660 mark. I may be induced to taking some again. There's a red bar ignored right there on that 15-minute chart. And guys, you know what? I am keeping an eye on NKT. No, there it goes, guys. Now, let me just give me a moment here. Okay, I'm keeping an eye on the NKTX again today. It's not up, you know, it's not doing anything yet. There is the VWAP, takes up the VWAP, and there's that 200-day moving average again. Had an interesting day yesterday. There's no news on it right now, of course. I mean, it had the big pop 3 days ago, and all these high price targets put on. So I'm just going to keep an eye on it. This is one that, you know, if we get some volume, just look at that day we had 3 days ago, well over 100 million. Let's revisit that news for IDAI. So they launched their biometric multi-factor authentication solution. That is what their news was this morning. It's funny, when I first saw it running, the first news I saw was the no news. You know, Benzinga was up 250%, and this is the first news that I saw. And we have a float, well, they have a float of 12.95. Somebody said 1 point something. So again, guys, you know I dump all over our, I mean, I'm a critic of our provider as much as anybody, but some of these floats are really difficult to nail down. I mean, didn't somebody just post that they saw a float of 1 point something for IDAI? You know, we've got 15.7, Benzinga showing 12.9. So, you know, it's really difficult for these small ones. Probably done many reverse splits or several reverse splits. Yeah, Peabody's actually having a nice little bounce now. I mean, the initial news seemed pretty good on their earnings. It looked pretty good. I mean, you look, but again, I guess it's guidance or something because the sales were 1 billion, up from 651 million, but maybe analysts were expecting more. They did lose money, 88 cents a share. They did lose, but anyway, But blue collar, I wonder if that's the case, if it's that easy, why doesn't everybody do that? Why don't all these like Yahoo and all those companies that have float information, why don't they all do that if that is in theory, the most official? Well, it's not us. I'm not talking about us. I mean, we may be lazy because we don't want to check the filings, but if it's that easy to do, I mean, companies that, are putting out financial information, why aren't they doing that? Now, William, are you using, now, of course, this is showing up, I don't know what you use, but it wasn't showing up on my upgappers either in this one, if you're talking about as an alert window, but it certainly is showing up in the top lists. And let me just see why it wouldn't show up in my, I have an idea. I have an idea. My guess is that it is one of these ones. It might be one of these ones that, even though it does say we have earnings, we do have something, but it might be one of these ones that filter. I don't know if you're using this filter also, the earnings per share filter to so you don't see ETFs, etc. That might be blocking it in here. It's not. I don't have that ETF filter in here, or that earnings per share filter. I don't have it in here because in theory that should have been because obviously the volume is fine. It's way up in terms of the close. Obviously the price range is fine, the volume is fine. It's definitely above the 25 cents above the close, 4%, et cetera, et cetera. It might be this one right there, that earnings per share. And sometimes I can block out, even though we do have it listed as something that will have earnings. Sometimes that's the reason. Ah, you have an average volume. Oh, okay. I never use that. I'm not especially if you're, I don't know why I would take out average volume out of every one of your scans if you're an intraday scanner, or if you're, and I know you are, but just in general for people, if you're a day trader and more of an intraday trader, I would not use average volume ever. Why? Because yeah, look at this company. Probably it doesn't trade very much. I mean, look at that, only 527,000 for the entire month. That's not including today, obviously. Okay, and today all of a sudden it's exploding. So you will, yeah, if you use average, like the average over 10 days or 5 days or whatever, you'll block these ones that all of a sudden have their day and they're just exploding. Yeah, but well, okay, I'm not trying to convince you, but obviously on the day when it's trading 12 million, you don't have to worry. It's trading plenty of volume. To me, the average volume is more for maybe for swing traders, perhaps. But I mean, that's just my opinion, of course. All right, it's already 9:25. Let's do a quick check of the sectors. I'm going to go to our doc channel bar, and then I'm going to go to our sector status. And haven't even checked oil. I don't think oil is doing much. It's not like it's popping higher, but anyway, what we're seeing here, as would be expected with the SPY up quite a bit, we're going to have a nice gap up in the SPY to start anyway. Virtually every sector is up, energy. So what you're seeing here, these are the major ETFs. And XLE, the major ETF for energy, these are the stocks that make it up. 100% of them are up from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that 100% refers to. So, with the market going to have a nice positive open, big positive open, you would expect that most of the sectors are up, and that's, of course, is correct. Of course, Facebook leading the way with their communications and technology sectors. Okay, so that's to start. Of course, that can all change. And something is CARR. Wow, look at this one, CARR. This is starting to drop here on earnings. The volume is not great yet, but it is starting to drop on earnings. CARR. They released. When they released, it looked okay. 42 got up to 42, but now down to 37, and that is CARR. Yeah, CTIC is showing up. Yeah, it did. Well, it's not. Okay, now I know why. It's not showing up on my pre-market actives, the top list, of course, because it pulled all the way back. So briefly, it was up here, but it pulled all the way back from 6 right down to 550. I don't see any specific news on it. Looking at my headlines for Interactive Brokers, I don't see any specific news on it. Okay, guys, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, NKTX is sort of moving here. I think it took out the VWAP. I think it did. NKTX, a little bit of a move here. Again, the volume is not huge yet, but there's the VWAP, 1843. So yeah, LC is starting to move here. Yeah, nice little pop here, earnings play. Boy, this car, my goodness, this car is just getting slammed here. CARR. And yes, less than a minute to the open. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Of course, not counting the pre-market, but usually let things settle down a little bit. Of course, all eyes on Facebook to see what it would really do. Can it hold 200? Boy, car guys. So interesting, these initial reactions to earnings or news, and initially a big pop up to 42, and then a big drop down to 35. Oh, this is really starting to move. And it's testing the VWAP now. Not the VWAP, sorry, the 200-day moving average. Whoa, okay, guys. Now, this just took out 31 in a big way. TDOC. No, it's already down a ton, but, we had all those downgrades. I might let it settle. No, maybe not. Oh boy, here it goes, guys. TDOC, TDOC, TDOC. TDOC, TDOC, TDOC. Boy, those downgrades. And also it just showed up. It showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown right at 9:30, 30.98. And there's, yes, ID, I'm not in it. I did not, I was too wrapped up in the TDOC. I'm not in this. Shoot. That's a big shoot. Shoot or stronger. Ah, oh well. Can't get them all. And by the way, I did not hold my Netflix short overnight. I just couldn't do it. And we have a halt. What's halted? OST just got halted on the way down, I guess. Flowers got halted at the open, FLWS, actually on a pop up. Now, guys, NKTX getting really interesting here. It's over the 200-day again. Ah, man, oh man. Oh well. There's again, it's all about the float. Whether it's 15, whether it's 12, it's just low. IDAI. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. My little scalp in it looks pretty putrid now. Well, and I just took out the pre-market high, guys. Just took out the pre-market high. This, you know what? I mean, this is just a case of traders looking for anything to trade that was super, kind of a low float. Because when you look at the news, I mean, come on. I mean, for this company, I'm sure it's really nice and all, but launching some kind of a multi-factor authentication solution. So it's a security play, yes, but does it warrant a move of 275%? All right, so the first spot or first candle in the SPY is red right now. So I'm not going to quibble. We've got 15 million, you've got 12, or TD's got 12, 13. I'm not going to quibble. It's close enough. Where I don't like it is with, we have something like 500,000 shares or something and it's 10. I mean, that's too much of a difference, but TDOC, can you go further down? Well, at least you're halted on the way up, so that should be okay. Let's take a look, Craig. Oh, you're going to be fine. You're going to be fine on that halt. The reason I say that, well, I don't know where you got in, but I'm sure. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, sorry about that. Well, let's hope this moves down. Boy, we've got lots of halts, guys, already. Now, the T-non got halted. This was, of course, I guess IPO a couple of days ago or yesterday. Guys, Facebook is doing well. Facebook, defending that 200 mark. I mean, the pre-market, the after hours high was 209, so it's not too bad. I mean, I think a lot of people probably thought it would just collapse underneath two. I mean, it still may. I mean, it's early, obviously. We're only 4 minutes in. I don't even think I mentioned Pinterest. I know Pins also had earnings. I have it written down. I think PINS had earnings also. Come on. So PINS had earnings also. Nice little pop here too. Look at the volume coming in. It's a big float. But PINS had earnings. It got as high as 22 in the pre-market or after hours, sorry. All right, I've covered some of this TDOC short, guys, but I'm trying to hold on to a piece of this because, it's funny. I mean, the last time we saw this was with the Netflix and with multiple downgrades, even though the stock was already down a ton, and then it just kept moving down. But this doesn't have quite the same, popularity, of course, as a Netflix. It's probably way more unknown. I mean, we know it in a trading room. We see this stock, but all right, Tnon just opened. Tnon just opened. Woof. Well, okay, you looks like Craig. I think you can breathe maybe a sigh of relief here. I don't know where you're short. You're probably short a little lower than this 1010, but this is now going to be at least a 10-minute halt. And remember, this said 1080 before. Now we're getting back to where you like it, right? I'm thinking about you, believe me. Let's see if we get this down under nine or into the nines. Again, this is Interactive Brokers, guys. Okay, Interactive Brokers. 930. Well, I'm liking the way this thing is trading, guys. This NKTX. It's been choppy, but boy, oh boy, I mean, takes out 19 again, like yesterday. Who knows? It's over that 200-day again. The VWAP is now elevated, 1903 now. The BTU also showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. All right, FLWS just opened and all right, well, at least it wasn't 1080. I'm surprised at this. Well, too bad, Craig. Too bad. Doesn't look good now. Hope you got to stop now. I don't. You're probably out of it now. I took SQZ off my. I had a thumbnail, but it had dropped so much. What is it doing now? SQZ. Oh yeah, pop. Look at the volume two, low float. Came right back, right back. I sort of forgot about it because it was drifting down to that 3 level. Not shortable for me either at Interactive Brokers. Boy, BTU is still dropping here. This again showed up on my tent. I did not take it. I did take it in the pre-market. Got about $1 in the short, but it is dropping again. Challenging 22 now, BTU. Pitney Bowes, this is an earnings play? Yeah, Pitney Bowes, PBI, old school company. PBI is an earnings play. Pretty big float, 161. Just noticing it here, it's popping. The issue I would have with it is looks like there's a lot of resistance maybe around that 555, 550 mark. So it's just is not interested. I'm not interested in it just because of that. Now, if it could somehow take that out, I think this was a meme stock a few months ago. Well, a few months ago, last January 21. I think it was a meme stock. I think I got up to $15 for no real reason. But if it can, I guess if it can take out this 550 mark, then the next high looking left is 617. So I'm just not that interested in it because of this 550. I guess I should have held my Netflix short. NFLX underneath 190 again. Yeah, that opening 15-minute candle is, well, you can all see it's red. PBI was never higher than 10. Okay, well, we have, when you say never, never, you mean never, ever, ever in its whole history? Because I mean, we have here last, a year ago, over a year ago, it got up to 15. And before that, it was 15. So I'm not sure. Oh, last year. Oh, I'm talking, well, this is January of 2021. It got up to 1584. That's what I was saying. It was a meme stock. The Reddit crew got a hold of it. What's all those price target? Yes, TDOC. Okay, TDOC. Just when you think, well, how can you short a stock that's already down like 40%? Well, because it can go down another 10, 20%, especially with all those downgrades. Not everybody gets up at 4 in the morning Eastern time to trade, you know. A lot of people just turn on around 9:30 and you know they see all those, well, if they have any access to stuff like that, they see a bunch of downgrades and they go, wow. Oh man, I should have reshorted this Peabody. So the alert happened at 22.72. It's 21.37 now. Look at this. Nope, just a minute, please. Yeah, just a minute, please. I've got something going on with my headset. Just a minute. Sorry about that. Thank you, Amir. Sorry, I just had to make a change to one of my filters or one of my scans. So just looking at XLE, so energy, remember everything was up yesterday, everything when we looked at the pre-market, all the energy stocks that make up XLE were up from yesterday's close. My guess is that that's not the case now. XLE energy stocks seem to be falling. And I just looked at RRC as an example. So SWVL is still halted. I don't know. I don't trade the ETFs, but is it well, you're saying the market's going up. I don't see the market going up though. I see the market drop right there. I mean, a little glimpse here, but so, but somebody else maybe can explain it. I don't trade that ETF, but XPON, it's not shortable for me. So this XPON, look at this. I mean, trading's not easy, guys. I mean, if you thought this XPON was, looking pretty solid, even here, even after that little pullback, I mean, they did have some news. Now it's gone negative. Just no shorts for me at Interactive Brokers, XPON. Now this TPST, guys, this was really active yesterday. It got up as high as almost $4. It has now gone positive. Pre-market, it was below yesterday's close, so it was negative, but it is starting to move. And another crazy low float, 3 million in the float. Not a ton of volume yet, but 17 times normal. All right, guys, here's another earnings play. Didn't see it in the pre-market, really didn't do much in the pre-market, but this is ATUS, I'm sorry, it's post-market. So I guess they're released after hours, but this is an all-time low now for ATUS. And this is shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. Yeah, Swell, a lot of people dump all over IB because they don't like the interface, it's not pretty and all that. Who gives a rip? As long as I just find it very, very solid as a platform. And I love their headline news and they've got little, I mean, I probably don't use all of the features, but I just find it a very, very reliable platform. Very reliable. People dump all over their charts. I mean, I look at their charts. I don't care. They're not pretty. It looks like an antiquated program, but again, I'll take antiquated and super stable over something that's pretty and maybe a little iffy. Exactly. Great order fill pricing. Exactly. Well, I did see CYN was on the move again. CYN, yeah, it's again not easy. Down to, I mean, look at this. I mean, the opening it got all the way down to 274. I mean, these are big, big percentage moves. You know, on the way up and on the way down. Just remember. So a lot of these energy stocks, guys, they are doing this. You know, the nice gap up and the pre. Now that actually this is an earnings play. Nova is an earnings play too. No reaction really after hours. I mean, very spotty. Look at that. That's that move area right here. So really no reaction. Well, guys, unfortunately, but Facebook is definitely now fading off that 200. Still up 12%. Yes, well, I'm definitely not an over trader. Oil play or energy play, OII. Another earnings play, OII. Again, no real reaction. I mean, look at this post market, really no big reaction. But look at this now, OII. Nope, nothing's wrong with it. It's just, there's some very tough filters. Very tough filters, Larry, in there. So you don't usually get too many. Now, if you want to relax it, you can, but you've got to have. This is the key one right there. I mean, the 300% are normal. Well, it's not showing up for me, so you may have relaxed some filter. RMCT, or sorry, RCMT, RCMT. This is an earnings play. Well, see, I only have 258. I don't know how you're getting that then. The option volume, yeah, the percent is high, but I only have here 258 contracts, and it's got to be at least 2,000. So unless you have done something, well, you must have really relaxed them because, yeah, I mean, I wanted to have I mean, it's up to you. I mean, obviously you can do anything you want. You can take my scans and do anything you want with them, but I'm afraid to look because I was pointing that out right at $8 SW. Yeah, crazy. But it's halted. What did it pop up to? Up to 11 something. So that actually took out the high. Yeah, that took out the high of its first crazy day when it got almost up to 10. Other low float guys. Well, actually, it's not a low float unless our float information is wrong. Now it just got halted on the way down. Unless our float information is wrong for it. And it's well, I want to say wrong because again, this is a fairly new trading, fairly new at SWVL. Probably get all sorts of different float information for that one. I think I even checked FinViz. I'm not even sure they have it listed as a stock. I think I checked earlier, not today, but let me just do a quick check. Yeah, they don't even have it listed as a stock in FinViz, so. So guys, I'm gonna try to pump this thing, but I'm probably gonna hold this. I want to see what happens. I'm not going crazy on the share size or anything like that, but I just want to see if any of these projections can come close. I'm just impressed by the money they raised at 15. So I'm not telling anybody to do the same thing I'm doing. This kind of I'll call it a side account. Yeah, there you go. So TradingView has 94 million. Yahoo Finance has nothing. FinViz doesn't even list it as a stock. So, it's very hard to get a handle on some of these. Look at Opera, guys. This is an earnings play. Who uses Opera? I used to use Opera a long time ago. OPRA. I remember they did their IPO here. It's been just call it, it's a disaster. I mean, imagine if you took this here at 14 and held and held and held and held. I mean, my goodness. Anyway, OPRA, I think are more than just a browser, but it is an earnings play and it is moving. Now, T9 got halted on the way down, so we've got tons of halts and resumes today, of course. Every halt has a resume. Craig, how did it work out for you? Let's take a look at flowers. I don't know if you held out of stubbornness. This looks interesting now as a short, underneath 10. Remember, I mean, it's still down 19%. And I'm talking about the FLWS. Well, let's take a look at my watch list. So obviously this one worked out pretty well. SWVL at 780 and it got up to what, 11 something, 1119. SQZ 361, what did it get up to? Yeah, it didn't really move from there. I'd be putting an alert. Yeah, see, the issue with this one is, let me just take a look, expand this daily chart a little bit more to kind of see what's going on. Yeah, I don't like, yeah, just got too many little areas where it could stall, in my opinion. All right, so this started trading today as SOUN, completed the merger. PayPal had earnings, guys. PYPL had earnings. So it's not a bad look here. I mean, it was faded, but it is it's an earnings play, PayPal, PYPL. Now, of course, they always look left, and the issue for me, 87.93. I know it's in the trader eye. You know, boy, these tech stocks, NKTR. Aha, I see why you're talking about it. Almost an all-time low. And it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, yes. Not showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. And the reason being is that I guess the low over here was 378, which is 10 days ago. So it would have to take that out. Yeah, well, it's sort of a scan, I guess. So what this is, and it's not foolproof, okay? But the idea is that if I click on, say, XPON, what it's supposed to be showing me are stocks similar in the same sector, similar. Now you can get some really crazy ones though. So for instance, okay, NKTX. So when I look at this is pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing. So these are the similar stocks in the sector. So that's what that means. How to get it is, you'll notice here in our single stock window, all you have to do is click on similar, and eventually something should happen. Okay, there we go. Okay, so what I did is I just duplicated the window, and then I just took this and then I duplicated it and I moved it out on its own so I can always see it. Does that make sense? So you have to have the single stock window. If you don't have the single stock window, just click on new and then single stock window, and then this is what you'll see. Now, these are my filters. Of course, you can put anything in here you want. Well, not anything, but you know, these are all just filters. And this is what I like to see at a glance. And then I have it sorted on. See, the problem is, ooh, I have something that I'm going to suggest because we can't. Okay, just give me a moment, please. Hmm. Okay, so you understood what I was saying then. All you have to do is just duplicate this your single stock window if you want to have this up and running all the time, and then just click on that tab, and then you'll see it all the time. Again, is it 100%? When I say that, because sometimes you'll click on something, and I'll make it up, airline industry, and you'll see a pharmaceutical in there for some reason. Okay, I'm just making that up, but sometimes it's you wonder, well, why is that lumped into that sector? Okay, what time is it? 10:14. Well, it's a fast 45 minutes. Well, market open 45 minutes. Not getting too many more alerts here. No, it isn't. Luca, it is not possible. We don't have AMAs at all. As crazy as it sounds, we don't have EMAs at all. You can put EMAs on your charts, but you cannot as a scanner, no. All right, guys, just kind of checking. Wow, Facebook is now really starting to give it up. And so the NAS is barely up, Dow's barely up, SPY's barely up. Well, look at wow, look at AMC, guys. This is really starting to drop here. I'm just trying to see if there's any specific news on it other than just, memer gone bad. Take a look at GME. I've been shying away from looking at these things. So we were seeing a lot of gap up and reverses, guys, which makes sense. The market was up, market's still up, but it's starting to reverse. So I'm seeing a lot of gap up and reversals. All right, guys, before I start my little spiel here, I just want to talk a little bit about the test drive. Test drive starts on the 16th, okay? I'm going to put this in here, these links, sorry, not the link, but the test drive. So what is the test drive? So for $11.11, you can try us out for 10 trading days. It'll cost you $11.11. It starts here, okay, on the 16th. If you sign up today, what you're doing, and today is the 28th, what you're doing, all you're doing is you're just pre-registering, okay? You're not getting data until the 16th, live data. You'll actually have access to the program though on the 13th, about an hour after the market closes. This is a Monday. So the Friday before, about say 5 o'clock Eastern time, you'll have access to the program so you can play around with it for the balance of Friday and then Saturday and Sunday. You can, look at alerts and you can look at top lists. You can check our user guide, get a little bit familiar with the program. So you get a little more set for when you have live data coming at you on Monday morning. Okay. So that's what you're doing. You're pre-registering. So please don't go after our support people and say, hey, how come I have no data? Please read it carefully. And once it's over, it's over. Nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you in a subscription. This is also open for our standard subscribers, current standard subscribers. If you want to try out our premium service for those 10 trading days, you can do so for the $11.11. Okay, we do this about 4 times a year, so it's a great opportunity to try us out. Okay. All right, guys, I am now, yeah, that WBD it's an all-time low, I guess. WBD since the spinoff. Yeah, well, almost anyway. Wow. I mean, nice consolidation here. Then the breakdown, and again, it's streaming service, and with Netflix continuing to be weak. Yeah, so that's what I was saying, Francisco. Yeah, you can test the premium. You can test our premium service. It'll still cost the $11.11, but yes, you can. Okay. And again, once it's over, unless you tell us, hey, I want to maintain premium, you'll go back to being a standard subscriber. So, not a room, but there's a tab here as well. There's a tab, swing trading tab. It's pretty active. Okay. So you can call it a room if you want. Well, it's a tab. You're in the off topic right now. So well, you're off topic. Can you see my screen? Maybe you can't see my screen. You're in off topic right now. So there's a swing trading tab and it's pretty active. It's basically PJ's room. And I kid, it's not PJ's room, but he's certainly the dominant figure in the room. Yeah, no kidding. Sark. Oh my gosh. Oh man. So if you're unfamiliar with this is rather cruel. But somebody decided to just basically short all Kathy Wood positions and created this ETF and created this one. And this of course is her ETF and just absolutely it's all text, it's all well, mainly tech stocks, future, all this stuff, and it's just being decimated. Not quite an all-time low. Shop. Okay, now I don't trade stocks that expensive, but a pattern is a pattern. So let's take a look. You have a short. Now your option. Well. Okay, so it's not an earnings play. Yeah, it's a tech stock. I mean, it's I don't know what else to say. I mean, you're looking good at 500. I guess I would have been a little worried about this. I don't know if that was truly happened. You know, yesterday the low was what, 440, so it's all, well, sorry, the low yesterday was 448, so it's below that. I'm sorry, the low yesterday was 413, so takes that out. I mean, there's nothing really holding it up. I mean, you look at the monthly chart, the next low looking left is way down here at 334. So if you're longer term, I mean, there's the next low looking left. So it looks pretty good now as a short. That's not a recommendation for you to keep it or do anything, but that's what I see. Yeah, we don't have something like that. I'm kid. We don't have something like that. We don't have like an alert on an RSI, like a number. All we can do, I mean, you can get kind of close, but you know, here's what we have for RSI. So if I right click and click on search and then type in RSI, and by the way, welcome. So this is what we have. We have the 1 minute, 2, 5, etc. Okay, so you could create a top list window, for instance, and depending on the time frame you want, that is close. Okay, you could add the filter, and so you could create a top list window that is close, minimum of 40 and max of 50, something like that. But you're not going to see the actual alert for a cross, if that makes sense. And sometimes, having a top list created like that is not the worst thing. You can see it before it actually happens. But we do not have a cross. We don't have it as an alert. In that particular case, yes, because we don't have an alert. Obviously, I mean that, yeah, I mean that in that particular case, we don't have an alert that shows you here's, when it crosses 50, you're getting an alert. No. But you could create a top list window that shows, maybe between 45 and 55 or as narrow a range as you want. And then you could see them that are very, very close. Boy, AMC just getting hammered here. What's the low last month? Last month's low was 1290. Yeah, exactly. And obviously, you'd probably, I don't know what your price range is, but you can obviously create a price range you want, a minimum volume that you want, and other things because you don't want to be inundated with, you don't want to have like a top list that is so full. Though what I would do is I would sort it on that RSI, the column, and then you'll see the ones that are closest right at the top as an example. But yeah, you want to have other filters because otherwise you'd just be inundated with a lot of things you might not want to see. So for instance, in my 10-day daily breakdown, I've got some tough filters in here. Right click. This is an alert window, but you see what I've done here. I mean, again, this is the price range I want, 2 to 35, but this is a tough filter right there. Current volume is at least 8. So it's trading 8 times normal up to this point of the day, as an example. Minimum volume of 500,000 shares. So because I don't want a lot of alerts, I want, I'm the classic quality over quantity. So it's the same thing with any scan you create. Wow, look at, I mean, guys, you know my position on this NKPX. So this is sort of a wild, let's call it a wild hair for me. Tuck it away and see what happens. Is there an ability to set alerts other than a price alert, Scott? So I'm not sure I understand the question. I mean, obviously you can set price alerts on the charts, but I mean, so I'm not sure I understand your question. I mean, these are all of our alert. Wow. Where are you, Dak? We talked about this one yesterday. I mean, these are all the alerts that we have. The new highs of the day, new lows of the day, on and on and on. So, I mean, if that's what you're talking about, we have all sorts of different alerts. Is that what you mean? Okay. So actually, let me go over this right now, okay? It's 10:29. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Or guys, well, not necessarily I am kidding. Okay, let me go over, I usually do a little spiel right now, introducing, people who are new to the room, like yourself probably, and others. Just want to go over that. So again, this is the format, Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm live and I'm sharing my screen. So just indulge me for a minute while I do my little spiel. I do want to talk about the test drive. All right, so I did put the test drive link in again. Okay, so if you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. You want to try us out for 10 trading days. It starts on the 16th and runs to the 29th. Okay, costs you $11.11. And if you sign up today, you are pre-registering. Okay, you're not getting data, live data, until the 16th. We'll give you access to the program though about an hour after the market closes on the Friday, which is the 13th. So you can play around with the program for the balance of Friday and of course Saturday and Sunday. And I'm going to show you what I think you should do to get understanding what Trade Ideas is all about. When the test drive is over, it's over. So what are you getting? You're getting access to our full premium service except for auto trading. Okay, no auto trading allowed, but everything else. And I'm not a big fan of auto trading, so I don't think it's a big deal. When it's over, it's over. Nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. It's over. And obviously, we'll have a nice little promo code afterwards if you do want to take out a subscription, but you don't have to worry. We don't put you into a subscription automatically. Also available, if you're a standard subscriber, you want to try our premium service out for those 10 trading days, you can do so. Okay, so that is a test drive. We do it 4 times a year. So let me now put my homepage link in. Katie, it sounds like the same thing you did with the VWAP alert that you created. Okay, there is my homepage. So I'm going to click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off, first month only, or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas. I'm going to show you how much Trade Ideas costs. So we do have 4 plans. We have an annual monthly premium standard, $2,000, $1,000 for the premium and standard, minus the 15%. But this is what I would do. Do not take out an annual subscription unless you're sure you want the program. You can start off with a monthly. I would probably start off with a monthly standard, 118 less the 15. You can try the premium, 228, less the 15. But I would probably start off with a monthly standard. Now, if you maintain a monthly, this is what you'll pay going forward. But at any time, if you do want to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard, but I'm going to be brutally honest, I mean, it's usually people want to take a look at our AI, and I'm just not seeing great action from the AI yet. It comes and goes, but right now, I would, our standard service is fabulous. Okay, I really think it is. So you can always try us out. Now, if you're a new subscriber and you haven't done this, stop. Do this first. Okay. So let's get started. Click on that link. Now, if you're a new subscriber, you've probably already done the download and installation, but there are other things, the first startup and login, toolbar, right click magic. Okay. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go or 30 minutes to go through these sections. Okay. But please do that before you do anything else. Save yourself a lot of agony. Now, on my homepage, 3 free sections. So the trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. And then here is all of the education. So assuming you've gone through this, and this is what I'm saying, if you take the test drive, you'll have access to the program for about an hour after the market closes on that Friday. That I guess that's is that the 13th? I guess it is. And then you can take a look at the user guide. The user guide is fabulous. Okay, it is all, and it's segmented. Now, don't get hung up on everything that's in here. You may only want to learn about alert windows or top list windows. Okay, you don't have to learn everything about trade ideas in a day. And some of the stuff may not be of interest to you, but obviously if you're with trade ideas, you probably want to learn about alert windows and top list windows. Maybe how to create a price alert on a chart, how to create a sound alert, in the various alert windows, so that you can attach a sound to each alert window, so a different sound. So when you hear that sound, you know what window to look at. Things like that. Okay. And here's our stock racing. If you're interested in finding out more about our stock racing, just click on it. So it's all segmented. And then we have a full table of contents that is searchable. But again, don't get hung up on, you don't have to learn everything in this user guide. Again, I always my analogy is Word. I mean, look at that Word manual. I mean, imagine if somebody said, well, you got to learn everything. Of course, nobody does that. Most people just care about a few things. How to print, how to change the font, things like that. Okay. Same thing with our guide. You don't have to learn everything. Okay. So those are those sections. Now I'm sharing a lot of scans. Here are all the scans that I am sharing. And you can take a look at them. A moment here. Here we go. So there is a lot of information. Of course, let's get started. There's a lot of information here in the education and the scans. I'm sorry, I forgot to keep going down in the education. So what I was going to say is just save my link, and you can look at this anytime you want. Note again, get rid of the 20 introductory lessons. Daily support. So between 12 and 1, I do take a break, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday, so it should be Jamie. So if you want to head over there while I'm on my break between 12 and 1, I'll put the link in. And usually Chris Varley is there between 3:30 and 4:30. I shut the main room down at 3:30, but he's in Washington right now for a 3-day symposium. So, but it'll resume next week normally, again, between 3:30 and 4:30. Daily webinars. So next week we're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation. This week was the Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all here. And again, back to basics. If you're new to trading, great video series, all free. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together, and it starts off with what is a stock. Okay. So again, lots of information in these three areas. So save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want. No, I don't. King K's, I don't do any mentoring, trading, or coaching. No, I don't. I have no ideas on that, Denver. I don't know why you're losing it. Sorry, I don't know why. You're just talking about normal linking, like when you click on an alert, it loads into your order entry. Is that all you're talking about? I don't know why you're losing it. I mean, I virtually never lose my linking, so I don't know why. I have no recommendations. Well, Brokerage Plus, I mean, I'm not sure again what you're talking about. I mean, Brokerage Plus, we link here. I mean, Brokerage Plus is just linked from within our platform. Are you talking about as in the simulator? Are you talking about live trading? Oh, okay. I really can't help you then. I have no idea why you'd be losing it all the time. You might have to go to our tech support, not me. That's out of my, I just don't know why you'd be losing it all the time. Sorry. You've got the right port, so I don't know why you'd be losing it. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter what broker you're using or where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So in that previous section, I was showing you the scans that I'm sharing. We also have a lot of scans here. So if I click on New from our toolbar, and then click on Doc Channel Bar, these are all theme-based channels. I usually start off with the momentum, but I'm going to take a look at the explosive winners. Okay, so this is a top list. And if you saw something that you liked, you know, for instance, you like this, man, the biggest gainers from the open. Maybe I'd like to have this. So you don't have to remain on the channel. You can take this and you can sort of pop it out of this channel and save it to the cloud. And again, if you like it the way it is, you know, I'm going to click on configure. And when I say it like that, if you now they're have it at 220,000 shares because you can use this in the pre-market and sometimes things are just ramping up. But of course, if you wanted to, you can make a change. You know, you could say I don't like that 20,000, especially when the market's open. Maybe I make that I turn it into 100,000 or 500,000, whatever that number is that you like. Okay. So of course you can adjust this if you want a really specific price range, here it is, say at least one, but if you said, but only to a maximum of 50, you just put 50 there. But if you like it the way it is, then you can save it to the cloud. If you go to another channel, I'm going to go to the momentum channel. If you thought you would like this one, again, take a look at the filters that are in place. So it's looking for stocks between 1 and 50. The current volume is at least 3, minimum 100,000 shares, etc. Okay. So if these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we see TPST right here. Now that happened. Why you're saying, well, that's at 1034. It'll show the last one when you load the window. That's all. But if another stock met these filter requirements and it made a new high, we'd see it immediately. It's a real-time alert. Okay. So again, the whole idea, what I'm really trying to show you, is that you can go through the different channels and you can start extracting scans that we have created, and then you can bring them back one at a time and then basically creating a layout of scans that we've created for you. So you don't have to know how to build a scan in the first place if you don't want to. Now, obviously, if you want to build your own scans, you can. So when the company started in 2003, they said, you know what? Most people don't want to have to learn a programming language in order to build scans. So what they did was they said, okay, let's try to create enough alerts and filters. And so I'm going to click on this alert window, click on configure, and then search. We're going to try to create enough alerts. These are the alerts. When you see these icons, these are the alerts. I'm going to scroll down. When you see these icons, these are the filters. Okay. We try to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scans they're looking for. And again, I reiterate, you don't have to learn them all. Okay. We created enough of these, a lot of these, because there's all sorts of different trading styles, thousands of our customers. We have thousands of customers, I should say, with all sorts of different trading styles. So the idea was to try to create enough alerts and filters that, again, the majority of our customers could combine them if they're looking to create their own scan, so they could create their own scan. But of course, you don't have to learn them all. If you want to see what they're all about, you just click on that top one and click on help. I mean, if you're interested, you can, here they all are, and you can just kind of scan through them, take a look at what they're looking for. Okay. But again, you don't have to learn them all. The explosive winners, it's called explosive winners. New dock channel bar, explosive winners. Okay, that's what it's called. It's a channel called explosive winners. So you have to go again. Forget the channel bar. Always click on docked channel bar, and just waiting for the day where they get rid of that. The reason why, if you click on channel bar, I mean, you'll see some here. The problem is that when you click on one of these, and don't do it, when you click on one of these, your layout disappears. Okay, and that's the old version. The reason why I guess we keep it around is because we still have some channels here that people may want to see that aren't in the new one. But for me, anyway, don't click. I mean, you can do it, but you have to make sure you save your layout to the cloud first, because your layout will disappear when you click on. And that was a big drawback, with our original channel, because I mean, the channels are great. You want to surf through them during the day if you want to, but most people would not do it because their layout disappears. Now, with the dock channel bar, you can do some surfing if you want to. Now, I don't, I have my own layout, and it's made up of a lot of, not necessarily a lot of things from here, but, I've had the program since 2010. So, I've got my own layout, my own way of doing things. But certainly, if you're new, you can just kind of cruise through these, surf through them, and start extracting scans that you think you might like. So the next thing I just want to go over is this window that we call Brokerage Plus. This is this big blue window. I'm just putting a link in called Brokerage Plus. All right, that is the Brokerage Plus link right there. So if you click on that link, you're going to see two videos. There's a short video. So please listen carefully. If you happen to have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. The short video shows you how to do that. Okay, you'll see Brokerage Plus as an option, and underneath it says Live and Simulation. Okay, so obviously if you want to trade an IB or an E-Trade account, you can do it using this window. Click on Live, but you have to watch that video, the short video first. The longer video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. Now, as I say, I take a break between 12 and 1. And Jamie will be in our YouTube room, and he's a big user of Brokers Plus and E-Trade. Okay. But again, listen carefully. If you don't have an E-Trade account or an interactive brokers account, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. It just means you don't have this feature available. That's all it means. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. Okay. Just want to make sure, I want to make sure people understand that. And don't ask about other brokers to be used here. We don't have any other than IB or E-Trade. I'd like to add some in the future, but no idea when or who or if. Sort of, I am kid, but it's not, it is possible, but it depends how many alerts you're looking for. If you're looking for something that's rapid fire, it won't work very well, okay? But if you're looking for one a day or something like that, I guess it is. It's really not set up well for that though. Yeah, if you ask them how to do it, I'm wondering if it's in our guide even. I mean, we don't promote it very much because let me see if it's in the guide even. Okay, it is in the guide. So email, SMS notifications, okay? So it is in the guide. So again, if you click on my homepage, yeah, so click on my homepage and then go to the education section and then click on the guide and then find, what I just pointed out. Okay? Well, this was a bit of a downturn for NKTX, I got to admit. Interesting. Don't see any specific news on it, but anyway, this is just a wild hair for me, okay? So, wow, look at Netflix, boy, still cruising down. Yeah, so don't listen to me, Zach. I've got some just tucked away in case the crazy happens, okay? That's just what I'm doing. Yeah, so it depends on the time frame you're looking for, but it would just be this. So if you do a search, well, let's see if we have it. RSI. Yeah, so you're out of luck. This is what we have. You can't create it. We have 1, 2, 5, 15, and 60. Okay, so you can either go 5 or 15. Okay, so you click on it, add the filter. So if you want it between, you just type min 40, max 60. Okay, and that's it. So in the min, you put 40, and in the max, you put 60. And then again, add a bunch of other filters, of course, maybe a price range, minimum volume, etc. And if you add it as a column, okay, make sure you have it as a column, then you can sort on it and you'll see exactly where it is. So if you're looking for things that are, right near 50, You'll be able to see that. Yeah, again, with the Bollinger Bands, this is what we have. So again, it's not an alert. It's a filter. So you can filter for stocks. You know, we've got the 5, 15, and 60. So if you want it above, add the filter. So if you put, minimum of 100, it'll be above. You want it way above, 120. Oops. Want it way even further, so you just have to. Yeah, we do have the 15. Okay, so again, just put in the min. All I have to do is put some number. I can't tell, if you want to make sure it's above, just put 100. But if you want it far above, put 150. It's up to you. Yeah, it's the band itself, yes. Of course, if you want it below, you use a big negative number. Well, if you want it to be below, you put 0. But if you want it, further below, you put like 10%, -10, things like that. Okay, guys, so again, I just want to go over this window just a little bit more because I really like to show it as how you can practice trading. And listen carefully. All you need is our standard service, okay? And then you can practice trading. It uses our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even need a broker. If you want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service. Now, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application, not available if you're using the web-based version. Okay, but you notice here, it says Brokerage Plus, Live and Sim. So simulation, paper trading. Super simple to use. You just click on an alert. Okay, the symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want, the price. You click the buy button, and then you send it. So, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail today, but I mean, money management and all that. If you're new to trading, maybe later on. But if you're, if you're just new to trading, don't start trading until you practice. Okay, our simulator is designed for that. If you cannot make money in a simulator, you'll never make money trying to trade your live account, okay? Unfortunately, making money in a simulator is not a guarantee that you'll make money once you start trading live. But I almost guarantee you cannot make money in a simulator. Forget about trying to trade. Well, it depends what you mean by a penny stock. I mean, there's all sorts of different traders in the room. I had my big my big Netflix short yesterday, which is I admit I'm more comfortable in the 1 to 30 range, only because those are the stocks that give us the biggest percentage moves. That's the only reason. Well, if you don't want to trade stocks under 10, that's fine. I'm certainly how I trade. That's just what I'm comfortable with. And you're right, stocks under 10 can be really, really tough to trade, scary to trade. It's all about the float sometimes, But I just happen to like stocks that can move, give us big percentage moves, but it's not for everybody. Well, that's the only reason I do it, because of the percentage moves. Wow, look at this SWVL right back up again. Right back up again. The high was $11. TDOC, yeah, I don't know what to make about TDOC now. I'm not in it anymore. It's been a little, I was hoping for an even bigger collapse. I mean, I know it's down 47%, but I was hoping for even a bigger collapse after seeing all those downgrades this morning. But it's been choppy. It's been pretty choppy. So, but I mean, it still looks weak. The next low looking left, I think on the monthly chart. What did I see? Not even sure where that is. I mean, it's almost, it's just a little bit above its lifetime low. It's way below, it's below the 2-year range, of course. But I mean, it still looks weak. But if you're looking for me to say, oh, I think you should short this now, or oh, I think it's due for a bounce, or you should buy it. That's not what I do here. First of all, I'm not an investment advisor. I don't make any recommendations. I can, for instance, if you were here in the pre-market, I'll say things like, okay, this with the IDAI, if you're here in the pre-market, I was saying, guys, a six break could get this going. So I mean, if you like that idea, okay. If you don't like it, and a six break obviously got it going, got all the way up to 746. Yeah, relative volume is one of the key. I probably have that in every single scan that I've got. Okay, relative volume is it's one of the. I don't know if it's a unique filter for us, but what it does is it looks at the volume up to the point of the day. So for instance, right now, I mean, IDAI 27,000 times normal up to this point of the day. Now, the reason being is that this never really traded very much. It's traded 45 million shares this month, 44 million are today, as an example. So if you're looking for stocks that are very, very active, the relative volume filter is something that I would, absolutely use in most of your scans. Now, what number you're going to put, it's up to you. You can always experiment. You might want to start with a minimum of 3. But for instance, I've got 8 in here. I don't want very many alerts. So I mean, that doesn't mean just because, you get something that it's an immediate buy. Nothing is an immediate buy or short, for me. These, the program is called Trade Ideas. These are ideas. So, I always, just because I get an alert doesn't mean I just pile into it. I'm looking at this, I'm looking to see what the pattern looks like. If most of my trades are momentum type trades, so I'm always looking left on a daily, weekly, and monthly chart to see, okay, you're now at today's high. Where is the next high looking left? I only want to take stocks that have, for me, enough room to move until it hits the next high, or if I'm shorting, to the next low. But if you're looking for stocks that are, trading abnormally, that relative volume filter is certainly one that I would incorporate in most of my scans. Give me a moment, please. The whole idea with scans, of course, is that you experiment. I mean, for instance, if you create a scanner and you're not getting anything in it, and you want more action, of course, you can relax the filters. You can relax maybe the minimum volume, or the volume, you can relax that relative volume filter, but if you're getting too many alerts, then you might want to up those values or maybe add a filter. I mean, there's no right or wrong. There's no, okay, here's the scan for all time. For instance, this is giving me nothing today. Sometimes I'll get 5 or 6, sometimes I get, 1 or 2. And the reason being, it's got some tough filters in here. But that's, I don't want to see a lot of alerts in that option scanner. That's the key thing. So for those of you who do trade options, we don't scan for options, but we do have option filters. So for instance, let me just show you what that means. Like, click on search, then I type in options. So these are our option filters that we have. So some obvious ones, the put call ratio. Option volume, this one is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Option volume today is obvious. Put and call volume today is obvious. But this is the key one right there. So for this particular scan, I have got 300. I put 300%. I'll just show you the scan. What that means is it has to be trading 3 times what it has averaged over the last 10 days. So in other words, this is abnormal option activity. Now, I don't trade options, but this helps me zero in on stocks that are having an abnormal trading day too. Now, some who trade options say that can help them. At least it shows you what stocks are having abnormal option activity. Now, if you decide to trade the option based on a result here, fine. I can't attest to whether that works or not because I don't trade options. Oh, where do you find it? It's called current. I don't know if it's called current. I wish they would make it the same. It might be called, well, type in relative. What do you get? There they are, relative volume. Okay, that's what it's called. Okay. And it's a ratio. So 3, obviously 3 times normal, 4 times normal, etc. Oh, you mean that scan? It's one of the scans I'm sharing. You talking about this? Okay, yeah. So it's one of the scans I'm sharing. So again, just go to my home page and go to the scan section, and it's called, probably called Moving Higher with Unusually Strong Options. So again, just go to my home page and go and click on the scan section. Go to the scan section, and it's one of the scans I'm sharing. Yeah, okay, so Omni Champion or YouTube Room, yeah. If you use the relative volume, I should point this out. If you use the relative volume filter and looking for pre-market data, pre-market action, if you use the relative volume filter in any pre-market scan you've got, you'll get no data. So don't use the relative volume filter for pre-market, okay? I haven't looked at Bitcoin in a while. BITO, let's take a look at the ETF for Bitcoin. Oh, a little pop here, some little bit of pop. Obviously, I don't know what Bitcoin is, what is 30, 39, 38,000, 40,000. Oh, listen, if you, yeah, you should be using our app, the downloadable application if you can, okay? The web-based version, it's okay, but the ease of use of the application is a lot better. So yeah, most people use the web-based version because it's a PC product, okay? It's not an Apple product, so that's one. That's the usual reason. You know, if you're on a tablet, of course, yeah. But if you've got a PC, yeah, absolutely use the application. Okay. It's over 40. Okay. Well, okay, if you're a Mac user, you can, of course, use a web-based version. I mean, it's not bad. It's not terrible, but it's not as the ease of use is not like using the app. But there are a couple other things you can do if you're willing to use an emulation program. I know there are people at Trade Ideas who have Apples, Macs or whatever, and they use an emulation program like Parallels, or if you're willing to use something like AWS, Amazon Web Services, or Microsoft's whatever their cloud their services. Okay, so there are two other ways in which you can, if you don't want to use the web-based version, and there are people here that are. I don't think so. Russia published. I don't think so. That's funny. Actually, I'll put in a little podcast that was done quite a while ago, but it's still relevant for Mac users. This is from two guys at Trade Ideas who have Macs. So Apple's this afternoon, right? After hours, Apple. Hmm. So a little bit of a pop in advance of earnings after hours. So I guess some feel that might be good. And we have Amazon, I think, too. Amazon, I believe, AMZN. Yeah, so we have a couple of big, and I think Google, right? Or ABC. I'll never call it ABC Alphabet. Crazy. No, they had earnings. April 26th post market. Okay, so they already had earnings. Yandex. Is it still halted? YNDX? I guess it must be, right? Yeah, it's still halted. Wow. 220, that's it. February 25th. I wonder if it'll ever trade again. Well, I guess ever is a long time. I'm hearing something. CRGE on the way down. Oh, it is shortable too for me at Interactive Brokers. Interesting. Now, when I say I'm hearing something, again, price or sound alert. So if you go to our guide and you check out the sound alerts section, okay, one of these things you can do, which is very cool, is you can attach a different sound to your different alert windows. Okay, so the idea then is that when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. Now, I caution you though, don't have so many alert windows and so many top list windows up and running. For instance, I mean, I'm sharing a lot of scans. I don't have them all up and running. These are just some scans I created over the years. Some, might be interested in, but don't have them all up and running. Otherwise, you'll get nothing done. You'll have way too much going on and get nothing done. Again, that's why I like to have very few alerts in some of these. Meanwhile, CRGE is just tanking here for some reason. They did a financing. They're financing on, I guess, the 26th, right? A $10 million financing. And what was the price? At $7 a share. So it's underneath that financing price. Roku, I haven't seen Roku for a while. Do they have earnings also? You mentioned it. Yeah, so they have earnings also. Unbelievable, isn't it? $500 stock, 86. I mean, it shouldn't have been a $500 stock, but it was. Is this another Kathy stock? Yeah, there are no settings. There are no other settings. It's just the ratio, okay? In a nutshell, it's not quite, but then there's a more involved definition, but just look at it this way. It looks at the average volume up to a certain point of the day. Remember, it's all to do with the current time, of the day. So it looks at the average volume up to that point of the day over the last 10 days. And that's what it's comparing it to. Okay. I mean, it is a little more involved than that, but really don't have to dive into the weeds any more than that, really. I lost sight of it again. I lost sight of it again on that 10 break. I know the last time I looked at it was just a little over 10. All-time high, SWVL. I just don't know the story of this. I know it's a UAE company, but I just don't know if this was a SPAC that turned into this. See if I can see that. Startup, Egypt, to list on NASDAQ. Doesn't look like this was a SPAC. No, there wasn't a SPAC, I guess. Oh, was it? So it changed symbols? Is that what you mean? It was GMBT before, and it changed symbols to SWVL. It was a merger. Okay, I don't see it, but it wasn't a SPAC. Does it look like it was a SPAC, right? Oh, it is a SPAC. I'm sorry. I just had to read a little bit more. So that was, yeah, okay, March 31st. And so it was a SPAC. Right there. Okay. If I can get this news here. Egypt born and Dubai based company. Okay. with the U.S. woman-led blank check company Queen's Gambit Growth Capital. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Well, again, the interesting thing then, when it was before it merged, it is it obviously when it was GMBL, it did not pop that much because it is truly at a almost at a lifetime high. Yeah, Queen's Gambit, right? Yeah, GMBT. Did I say Gamble? Sorry. Queen's Gambit. Meanwhile, CRGE is just again is moving down. I did not take this short. Meanwhile, yeah, and also the market is yeah recovering here. I mean, it never got negative, but certainly it didn't look great. It looked like it was just going to keep dropping. But we've had 45 minutes now. What time is it? 11:20. About 10 minutes for this one to close. All right, guys, 11:20. So I'm not getting too many new alerts right now. All right, just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, seeing if there's anything interesting happening. Facebook popped over 200 again. So this has been not a bad recovery. I'm sure many thought, okay, that's it, but it's popped over 200 again. A little $7, $8 pop. Lougheed, you're not doing a good job. All right, guys, so what I want to do now is just to confirm that it'll be Jamie in our YouTube room when I do take my break. Again, he's way more of an expert using this B plus window. I'll show you how you can take a trade though. We'll do one trade in the simulator. All right, I do see A couple of AI alerts now. OCN is interesting. 2106, you can see there was the alert. 2150 now. It's a little bit interesting. It's not an earnings play. Yeah, low volume. Whoa, very low volume. What's the spread like? It's not a great spread. This is an earnings play too. Qualcomm earnings play released after hours, and a nice little pop up to 146, faded down to 138, and now moving somewhat. And a verification, yes, it is Jamie in our YouTube room. So again, he's an expert at using B Plus, Brokers Plus, and he has an E-Trade account that he used to trade. Okay, so store up your questions, but as I said, let's take a trade, show you how you can easily do it. Let's take, okay, again, this is in the simulator. I just show you how you do it. I mean, you just click on the alert, the symbol shows up, pick how many shares you want to trade. I'll go a couple of hundred shares. Spread is, that's not terrible. So I'll go in at the market, click on that buy, and then send. And I have to click, okay, let's start from scratch. Okay, I got to show you what you see. Now, by the way, if you don't see it, if you don't see your Brokers Plus window looking like this, let me back up one more time. You should be on our latest version, not just for this though. Let me just get to my home page. Okay, so to tell what version you're on, if you click on help and then about, it'll tell you the version you're on, okay? Now I'm on a development version, 5.5.77, but you have access to 5.5.76. So if you click on my home page, and then you scroll up to the top, click on the download, and scroll until you see the beta, right here, the beta, okay? You can download the beta. Now, what are the reasons to do it? It's not just for this, but also our charting, all our scanning and charting now starts at 4 a.m. Eastern time and goes to 8 p.m. Okay, so 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern time. So if you didn't know that, that's a good reason to download the latest beta. There are some other differences, but that's a main one. And also, this looks different. If you're on the old one, you'll just see a big buy. I actually don't really, I'll be honest, I don't really like this new look, but I don't run the company. So, but this is what you'll see. You click on SIM, and then this will change to account. It says not connected right now. It'll eventually change to account. Okay, and now you click on that, and then just click on simulated trading default. Now we're in the simulator. Remember, you can use this, part of our standard service. And again, it uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even need a broker. So let's just do it again. Click the buy button and send it. Okay, so took the trade at 989, okay, in the simulator. So you can practice swing trading. If I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. So you can practice swing trading also in this simulator. Now, if I want to get out of the trade right now, I just click the flatten button. If I want to get out of half the trade, half, or I could double my position. These are hotkeys. Now, of course, if I just wanted to pick a certain number of shares, I could go here and just pick the number of shares I want to get out at the price. Okay, so can't emphasize enough. Practice trading first before you commit money to the market. Give me a moment. Okay, yeah, are you talking about DBHF? Okay, yeah, stop filling up the room. Okay, just stop filling up the room like that. Okay, I don't know who you are. I think I know who you are, but I mean, it's not just. I mean, you're just posting and posting and posting crazy. Okay, and yeah, one more post like that, I'm just going to ban you. It's that simple. I know. I think I know who you are, but just quit it. Yeah, I know it's you, Pavlin. So stop it. You're not having a conversation, okay? You're just posting nonsense over and over and over again. I'm sorry to be so brutal, but I've got to, I have to actually check this too to make sure. And you're just posting your innermost thoughts. I keep telling you for years and years. Just stop doing it, okay? Okay, well, I don't, okay, I'm not sure who. Anyway, all right, guys, let's see. It is 11:33, so in about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, I'll be taking my break. And another halt. Wow, that OST on the way down, no shorts available for me. Boy, BTU had a, have you gone positive now, BTU? What a comeback if it has. Not quite. Yeah, tough trader today. Big pop, no, not big pop, but a pop in the pre-market on earnings was all positive, and then all of a sudden, look at these. I was able to short this for about $1 in the pre-market. But man, oh man, and now it's having this nice run. Okay. Thank you, Zach. Boy, here's an earnings play that's done very well. AIMC, not very much volume. I mean, that's the issue. I have an earnings scanner, but it's just not that much volume, but it's done very well. Very semi-relaxing trade. Not a lot of churn or not a lot of chop up and down. And that's AIMC. Don't know them too well. Yeah, I didn't see that. I didn't see that post you made about BTU. All right, guys, I'm not getting too many new alerts here. There's the BTU up here. I'm hearing a little applause. That's my sound alert up here. A little bit of applause. Yeah, BTU. I mean, this is really recovering nicely. Wow, Goss. Remember Goss? This was an amazing one. 4 days ago, 3 days ago. Amazing because of the recovery. They showed up in my 10-day daily breakdown. It worked out really well. And then all of a sudden had this huge recovery. Actually got positive for the day. But now the reality again sets in for GOSS. All the reasons this happened. I don't know why it actually popped. It recovered so well. It recovered so well that it actually closed higher than the day before. But now this is now starting to drop again. GOSS. Zach posted it was due to Germany leaning to ban Russia gas. I guess that was the reason. Because I guess BTU must have some kind of tie-in with I don't know. I mean I can't. But that's what Zach posted. There had to be a reason because all of a sudden this was an earnings play. It looked okay, and then all of a sudden, kaboom. Yeah, just accept it. I am kid. Okay, just accept it. I mean, it's as I said, it's not an exact. It's not exact. I mean, I said it's the average over 10 days of what it has traded up to, say, 11:38 today. Okay. So if you take the average over the last 10 days at what it had traded up to this point, that's that ratio. Okay. That's not quite. It's not quite. But it's more involved. There's an algorithm that kicks in, etc. But I mean, for our purposes, that's good enough. Okay. Oh yeah. I mean, well, you can just tell. Look at that. I mean, 21,000. I mean, you don't often see that. Okay. That's extreme. But why? As I said before, it's traded 47 million today. It's only traded, I mean, it's traded 47.9 million this month. 47.4 of it is today. So look at it compared to all the previous days. It hardly traded at all. Okay, so that's why that's such a phenomenally big number. But you, oh yeah, the higher the better. I mean abnormally, yes, it's trading abnormally. The higher the better. If you want to call it the better, yeah. If you're looking for stocks that are trading abnormally, the higher that number, the better. Doesn't absolutely mean you take the trade, of course, but it just means that wow, there's a lot of action in that stock today. Well, AMC just keeps continuing to drift down. Had a little pop here, sort of a green bar ignored, but continues to drift down. Of course, below yesterday's low now. And AMC CEO, AMC CEO. I thought that came out yesterday. I thought that was sort of a rumor yesterday. Yeah, that was a yesterday rumor. AMC CEO wants movies from Netflix, Apple, and other streamers in his theaters. Well, I don't know what to say. Well, they're desperate to try something, William. Well, let's see what CRISPR does. Wow, CRISPR is just getting clobbered here too. This is off your dip scan, CRISPR. I don't see any specific reason for it as I scan. I see a $78 price target by Credit Suisse, but that's not helping it. And yeah, their CS is initiating coverage with a target of 78. That's not helping it at all. How's Edit doing? Edit used to trade the same as CRISPR. Let's see if Edit's doing the same thing. Yeah, Edit's doing the same thing. So these, and the other one was NTLA, I think. Those three used to always trade. This was the cheaper one. Come on. Yeah, so they're all They're all dropping for some reason. NTLA, CRISPR, and EDIT. Yeah, so I start paying attention to this one a little more in the afternoon after 1 o'clock. But this is Zach's bouncers and toppers. So this is what he's talking about. So there's that. That's why I saw that CRISPR. So potential for a bounce, but where, when? I mean, it's 48.62. That was the alert. It's obviously continuing to drop, but at some point it might bounce. The OI at 1085, and there was the alert, and so it's popped up to 11. Not bad. Hmm. I used to always look at IBB. I haven't looked at IBB for so long. Yeah, IBB is. So here's another one, Veru, Veru. This one's a little, well, I wish there was more support right at 12. So another potential bounce for Veru. Well, okay, but let's just check. Okay, you know what I've been saying about this. Listen, this is not easy. Playing bounces and toppers are not easy if you're new to trading. So the first alert was for BHC at 1987. Okay, then 1952, then 1937, 1918. So you have to figure out, well, when am I gonna, when, all the way down to 1832. So for me, yes, I mean, eventually it bounced, and a tremendous bounce, don't get me wrong. But if you see it for the very first time, you think, okay, do I take it now? 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 So what I've been trying to work out is, okay, if you get multiple alerts, but they're not too far from each other. So in other words, say you got an alert at 1987, then you had an alert at 1970, and then maybe the last one at 1952. Okay, so it's not a huge difference, 30 cent difference between the first alert and the second and the last one. Maybe you put a price alert then at the first time it was alerted and take it there. In this particular case, I mean, you're giving up way too much, obviously. So I mean, they're hard because if you follow, I mean, at some point you might have said, well, maybe I'll do it here, maybe I'll do it here, maybe I'll do it here. Oh, okay, this is an example. Maybe this can work. Okay, let's see what happens with the Viru as an example. 1211 was the first alert. It dropped down to 1199. That's not too far away. And now let's see if I put a price alert at 1211. Let's see if it takes that out. That was the very first alert, and see if it moves from there as a bounce. All right, just lost my Bluetooth. Give me a moment. Give me a moment again. SU, let's take a look at SU, Suncor. There's the VWAP, 3547, so it's through the VWAP. That's what real is. Hi, real, by the way. This is what real is talking about. There's the VWAP, 3547. All right, so there's Viru. So it got back up to the original alert. Maybe it'll bounce from here, but I mean, it still isn't. And the reason why it's interesting is because, you could argue that, well, 1275, it could get it back up to that level. That would be that would be the fantasy area. That would be where I would, a lot of resistance. But obviously from 1210 to 1275 or that area, it'd be a great percentage move. All right. So again, you just keep watching this, and you like to see it get a bid. I want to see some volume coming in. I'll be taking my break in, well, about 5 to 10 minutes. So probably won't be able to do this one, but just keep watching this. Again, the original alert, 1211. Drop to 1199, but there's the original alert as a potential bounce. So you can kind of test the theory out. And you can put a stop at the low at that one right there, 1199. Just test it out. And also watch what the market is doing. Okay, so because market doesn't have to be racing higher for bounce plays to work, but you don't want the market to be moving lower. Even if it's just sort of neutral, but you just don't want to be going completely against the market. So I mean, I'm not saying, I mean, a bounce play, all bounce plays in theory can work, but to what level are they going to work? So obviously, if the market is in your favor, you can get a bigger gain. If the market is neutral, probably not as much. And I would say if the market's moving down, the stock may bounce, but probably the bounce is not going to be that significant in most cases. In most cases. Now, the other thing to look at though also is, was there really, I think what Zach would say, I think, is that, if you look at one at his bounce plays and there's bad news associated with it, you may want to shy away from it also. But if it's just a bounce, like if it's a stock moving down because the market's moving down, but there's no specific reason for it other than, overall market conditions, probably a lot better on a bounce than something that has had really bad news, bad earnings, bad press release, whatever. I'm just kind of watching this Viru. Just again, I'm not taking it because I'm going to be on my break soon, but yeah, and again, it didn't. Well, it doesn't look like it's going to move. There was the low, 11.99, or the last alert, I should say, for a potential bounce. No, maybe it's coming back. Here it goes. Maybe it is coming back. Trying to anyway. It is coming back. Viru is starting to come back. VERU. The good, if you're looking at this, a couple of clues maybe. You've got these bottoming tails here, not huge ones. Some bottoming tails on the 5-minute chart. So I mean, the sellers had it down to a level, and the buyers close it a little higher. Sellers try it again. Buyers close it higher. It's always this war between buyers and sellers all day long. Doesn't matter what you're looking at. Eventually, one of them gives up for a while. Okay, and again, this is just my theory, Larry, okay? Because bouncers and toppers are not easy to play. So I looked at this Viru. The first alert for a potential bounce was at 12.11. And then it moved down, and then 11.99. So my theory, as long as it didn't keep moving down, 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 down. So my theory would be, okay, maybe put a price alert at the first one, as long as the difference between that 12.11, the first one and the second one is not like, huge. On a $12 stock, you wouldn't want to see like a 40-cent difference. But, a 12-cent difference is not huge. So put a price alert, on your chart at 12.11 and see if it takes it out again, and then maybe take the trade and put a stop at 11.99. I mean, that's as opposed to the BHC, which you got the first alert at 1987, and then 1937, and then 1909, 1897. Where are you going to take this bounce if you're trying to play a bounce? It's very difficult. So if you can get one that maybe had a couple of alerts and the difference is not great, it's just a theory. I mean, it's just something to try. But bounces are not easy. Well, it's in his scan. Oh, maybe you don't have a scan. It's just in his scan. It's one of the scans I'm sharing, okay? The bounce plays from Zach. It's in his scan. Okay? So go to my homepage. You want these two scans? Just go to my homepage, go to the scan section, and it's there. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. Hey, Jamie, if you're in the room, I see your question to me, of course. Of course. I usually always do 5 minutes. So yes, I will. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement here on a break. I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. Oh, there you are. Jamie, are you talking though?
Okay, Barry, I've got it.
Oh, there you are. Now I hear you. Okay. Just give me a moment. All right. I see you're actually sharing your screen. Okay, Jamie, I'll definitely come back by 12:55. Okay, maybe a little earlier if you want to head out. Okay. So I'll put you, maybe you don't hear me. I'll put you on, I'm putting myself on mute.
Okay, everybody, hello. Welcome to my desktop. Hello, Aya. All right, just making a few adjustments over here, but hopefully everybody can see and hear okay. So this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So if you do have questions, just use that questions panel or the chat panel to get them out there. Let's see, I heard Barry talking about Veru. Been in play just about every day since its first big day over here. But today, bleeding a little bit. Yeah, I can pull that up, Omni. It's been kind of docile since Monday. Not really doing much, but we can take a look at it. Hello, Willow Puff. So notice the 420 area. We are still hovering around that area. Nice little wick on the 15-minute there. And, you know, kind of thought yesterday we were going to go ahead and take a little header down here to the 410 area. It really looked like it wanted to, but nope, not today, and not yesterday either. So interesting where we are in the markets right now, just kind of not wanting to do much except slink around in these levels. Okay, so the PDR back test. Yes, I had those on my desktop. I'm going to have to dig into my cloud to find them. Give me a second. There's one. And we'll get the long side too. So these little guys right here. Let's see. We're able to test the simulation, take a short. I just want to keep these stops. Yeah, that's a known issue. It is in the queue. Don't know what the status of that specific issue is yet, but it is. Everyone on the coding team is aware of it. Omni CVNA. Yeah, let's take a peek at that one. Yeah, to the downside on that little range break right there. This guy not having a very good time as of late. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 out of the past 5 days being down. But yes, this little area right here would have been really choice to get short. And we can see what happened there. Okay, so regarding these windows here, let's just run the back test real quick here. And once again, a little bit about these windows. These are optimized versions of these guys right here, which are just turbo brakes up and down, keying off of relative volume with a minimum of 3. Just good old-fashioned highs and lows, and then seeing if the potential range break is in play and where we might be in that process. So with these two windows here, only looking at the first 10 minutes of the open here, which is why I've got my sliders 8:30 and 8:40. Just a generic 60-minute hold time, nothing on the risk management, and doing 40 days. So let's take a look at the long version first. Get this dialed in a little bit more. What would that be? Okay, so not a bad equity curve. And when we look at the daily over here, not too bad. As I said, from Monday, it's been kind of docile. But that is this is the nature of a back test. Just because we come up with a decent back test doesn't necessarily mean it's going to perform moving forward. Once we create the back test, we continue to monitor it, check out the symbols as they come up, forward test it, in other words. Let me go ahead and get the back test up for the short side as well. Same time frame, same hold time, same old, except we're going short on this one. Okay. All right. So not a bad day on Tuesday. Little blip of green yesterday, and of course today's results are not out yet. But of course, looking at the market action from yesterday, it's not a big surprise to see that the short version outperformed the long version. So let's just take a peek, or excuse me, day before yesterday. Let's take a peek at some of those plays that it produced. Let's see. Actually, I was looking at the wrong day there. This was Monday, and this was yesterday. Monday, yesterday. So look, not very good performance on either one from yesterday. Not the short and not the long. So one day does not a strategy make or break. So I'm going to continue to watch these and see what happens tomorrow and the remainder of the week. If it's not working, then I'll never really put them in play. But boy, the back test sure looks good. And what I like about this matching pair is typically when one does not perform, the other one picks up the slack. That's kind of the whole idea when you're coming up with pairs like this. But pretty much just a non-event thus far. Let's see who asked that question. So Omni, if you have any specific questions, let me know about these two right here. Yeah, Circle, Michael Noss was just saying the same thing earlier. What if we just kind of chop sideways here? That looks like the way we're setting up, but we don't know how long this is going to last, right? Um, you know, we could easily see kind of gridlocked in this little range right here for who knows how long. But let's zoom out a little bit. Here we are looking at the weekly on the SPY, and we're just gravitated right back down to these lows right here. So until we get down to these levels right here, until we start pecking at this level right here, we're either going to be in this range for a while or we're going to, break lower. But what's going to happen? Don't know. We just have to wait and see. But this key area down here on the weekly, 1, 2, 3, and the fourth consecutive red candle on the weekly. When have we seen that in this chart? We have not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2 consecutive red weeks, 2 consecutive, 2 consecutive, 2 consecutive, and now we're seeing 4 consecutive red weeks. Closest we came to that was way back here, 3 consecutive red weeks. But now here we are putting in a fourth. Fortunately, the week is almost over. We get a decent close. Maybe we get a little uplift tomorrow. Maybe we gravitate back into this area here. But definitely in this range. How long? Just don't know. But definitely things have changed in the market. And these are some of the more, this creates some of the more difficult trading environments to deal with. When the market is continually trending, well, swing trading, I never like to use the term easy when we're talking about trading because, well, you know why. But it's a lot more palatable when we're trending. And now we're going down, we're going up, makes for a much more trickier landscape. Okay, Omni, regarding your question about the PDR, okay? PDR, these guys right here, these windows and these windows, these are part of the PDR group. These, not really, okay? These are just my bread and butter high-low tickers, which are keying off of the relative volume. make sure the volume is there. And then as we scan these charts, whenever you start, maybe 15 minutes after the open, maybe it's 30 minutes after the open. Why is my 15-minute chart not populating? There we go. Okay. So example here on the MUI, not the prettiest range break, but a range break nonetheless. So if I just squish that down to the high of the official session here, well, look, right here is where we broke. So that's what I like using my turbo up and down for, right? We broke the range and we're continuing higher. This would have been the key level. Stock cannot break its opening range without hitting a high. So that's what I'm using these windows for, is if I can catch it right here as it's breaking its previous high, that's an opening range break, what we also refer to as an orb. And if we have volume behind it, even better, right? Now, how's the volume in MUI? BlackRock, 3.58 on the relative scale. All right, good enough. So if we would have taken it right here, what would our risk have been? Well, typically on a traditional regular session opening range break, if I'm going to play this guy right here and get long right about 1220 or so, then I look to the previous 15-minute candle and the low of that candle, and I'll mark my risk maybe about a penny outside the low. Okay. So right now, this area would have been the risk area for this trade. And as you can see up here, we're a little bit bigger than risk right now. Reward area is currently shaping up to be slightly bigger than the risk. And of course, we always want multiples of risk or R, 1R, 2R, 3R. The more R, the better. So back to your original question, Omni, that's what I watch these windows for. Now, these PDR windows, PDR number one stands for previous day's rippers, okay? All right, so these windows here are pointed to, well, I keep grabbing the ink instead of my pointer, there we go. These two windows right here are pointed to custom lists. And I believe today there's only about 72 stocks in the custom list. So if I right click and go to configure, pop over here, you can see that the list is only going to be pointed to my previous day's rippers list. Previous day's rippers just meaning yesterday these stocks had big moves, okay? And I find these stocks using these two top lists, okay? So you can see right now, positive change from open, swivel is leading the pack. So since the market opened, as in this column right here, swivel's up 43.2%, all right? Now, I don't really like these little two tiers in the pre-market action here, but the pattern is the pattern nonetheless. So if swivel is going to be on my list for tomorrow, matter of fact, all of the stocks on both of these lists, about 5 minutes before the close, I'm going to capture all these symbols from each window, and I'll replace my current list with the most active stocks that are up from the open today. And there you can see it. From yesterday's active stocks, I've got 72 in there. Here's the list. Let's see. And there's swivel, because swivel had a good range yesterday too. So it met the criteria. So that's what I typically do, is just I extend these lists up to here, and that gives me about 36 symbols from each one. So for tomorrow's trading, all the stocks that are here on these two lists will compose the list. And the premise behind that, why am I doing that? Because typically if stocks have big moves on day one or day two or whenever, they're not just going to go to sleep the next day. They're going to be active. All right. So if the pattern is conducive, then that, you've got a good chance at making a decent trade in that stock, assuming your timing is appropriate. Okay, so to your next question there, Omni, how do you decide how many? It's just a personal preference, okay? Because the idea behind this also, not only to keep tabs on the what could potentially be the big movers for the next day is to reduce the universe, okay, of things coming through the windows. For example, these turbo breaks up and down, while they are very productive windows, a lot of the times there's so many symbols coming through, you just can't keep up, okay? Or you might miss a symbol, and that's the good one, you know. So that was also the ideology behind creating these windows with a custom list. And really, it's just a personal preference. I'm like, okay, this list is only going to be comprised of, say, 70, 72, 68 stocks. That is manageable for me. Now, depending on your own personal preference, maybe you want more. And if that's the case, you know, if we extended this up, we can still see down here at the bottom, these guys are still 9% down from the open. Not near as many, not near as many to the upside today. I extend this list up, only 3.5% down here at the very bottom. Still not a decent, not a bad move, but it seems like there's a lot more stocks that are down significantly from the open. So that's just a personal preference. And, if you're going to try this technique out, the best thing to do is pick a number that you're comfortable with. If you find that you're keeping up with it, hey, okay, well, we're going to add 5 more from each, 10 more from each. So you just got to kind of play around to see what your magic number of stocks might be. No problem. All right. Just making sure I didn't. So once again, Ahmad, PDR just standing for previous days rippers. And boy, what a symbol for a pharma company. Hey, let's name it Stab. Sounds good. Actually, Stab not doing too bad today. Get this pre-market roundy bottom, and then a break. Not too far from it, but still making some headway. Of course, I just noticed the price of Stab. It's less than 50 cents, which doesn't really matter to me. Some people like to stay away from the small stocks, but hey, if it moves, doesn't really matter the price. All right, I see OST coming through. Was an IPO, I think, yesterday. Is that a acquisition corp? Yep, another SPAC. I think Barry was talking about this one yesterday, but quite the range yesterday. A low of 10 and a high of 40. Crazy. And now back down to 6. Well, I'd hate to be the bag holder. Pre-market today, what do we top out? You got to be freaking kidding me on this thing, man. Unbelievable. There's a scan on the Market Explorer called Closing Range Break. Is that a typo? Well, let's take a peek. It's been a while since I got in here. I need to get this on my desktop and not forget about it. Okay. Closing range break. Let's take a peek here. All right. Closing range breakout. The one at the bottom there. Like playing the high or low break previous candle. Well, I was going to, say, let's take a look at the patterns and we can figure it out. But as you can see here, I'm getting no data. Yeah, so either the pattern is not present or there's an issue. It looks to be updating properly. So my guess is there are just no symbols in there for that one today. Yeah, okay. There's the bear flag. Definitely bear flaggy there. Yeah, sorry, perfect, but that window is blank for the moment. I'm going to park that on one of my other monitors and I'll continue to watch it, see if anything shows up tomorrow. Okay, and look who's been all over one of my more favorite races today. And you guessed it, swivel. Lots of different things here. Argo all over the place, but in a downdraft. RCMT. I thought this one was going to go when we broke above these levels here earlier, but it did not. But looking at the weekly here, that would be uncharted territory if it lit up again, but ran out of steam. And I got to say, Holly, the AI kind of went on a dry spell there for a while, but in these market conditions with this many signals, what do we got here? 8 signals thus far today. Kind of impressed that she's green in this choppy market, not by a whole lot, by about 1.5 points, assuming we're doing 100 shares of each symbol, but not too shabby in this market environment. Do you put any other scan criteria on the PDR list other than copy pasting? No, I do not. If we take a look at these windows here, other than new high and new low, I've also included pre-market highs, pre-market lows. So since these things are going to be active in the pre-market, we can sometimes get a bead on one of those nice tight consolidations before the market opens, which is even better. Be ready to get in there ASAP and realize our risk level. So let's just take a peek at pre-market today. And if we just say start right there and look backwards. Okay, so now we're into the actual pre-market before the regular session opens. And I know beyond, I mean, as far as a pre-market range goes, this is what I like to see. Nice and tight. But, as we got closer to here, hey, pre-market low. All right, that looks good. Um, once we started flirting with these pre-market low areas, even if it did jump in, our risk is clearly definable. The high of the pre-market high of the pre-market range right here. So you can see, even if you jumped right in there and shorted it right off the bat, it threw a little bit of wiggle, but no stop out, and eventually gives up the ghost, starts trading below there. Of course, we would like to see a bigger move, but a move in your direction is a move in your direction nonetheless. What was the low there? 37.34. So not exactly, anything to write home about, but not bad at all on you as far as the pre-market range goes. And being able to kind of spot these. We did get a little bleedy, but that candle right there opened. We opened at 70.30, so there's plenty of time to react there. Yeah, wait, actually, this one opened at 69. So a little bleedy. Don't really like that. That'd be more of a chase right there. A custom formula that would give distance from 200-day on a 5-minute. Off the top of my head, anyway, custom formula that would give distance from 200-day on a 5-minute. It sounds doable, but once again, I'm not the most proficient custom formula writer. Michael and Stephanie are much more proficient than myself. So, I'm sure if you pop a ticket in there, you get an answer pretty quick to info@trade-ideas.com. Distance from 200 day. Let's just take a peek. I mean, when I hear distance from, you have that distance from VWAP and of course yield inside market. But it sounds like it's doable to me, but once again, I might be wrong. So if you just pop a ticket into info, you'll probably get answered pretty quick. All right, Dave, just reading your question there. Is there a way to prevent my price alerts from triggering on rogue ticks? Actually, your best bet is going to be using this filter here. Okay. Reason being is because every time, now are you talking about price alerts, not necessarily an alert window, Dave? Yeah, so there's no way, unfortunately, when we're dealing with price alerts, I think I just cleared all mine out not too long ago, but you're talking about these price alerts, correct? Okay. Um, to my knowledge, we can prevent them in an alert window by using distance from inside market, but there's no way to filter these right now. When we set a price alert, uh, you know, once I set a price alert here, there's no way to filter it, right? So unfortunately, those bad ticks will get you on a price alert, and there's no way to articulate into the price alert, ignore prints outside of the inside market. So I feel your pain on that, but unfortunately, as far as I know, there's no remedy for that. Yeah, Joe, and which other channel are you talking about? But I get your point. Well, Plaza, to your point or your question on uh, distance from inside market, I used to put it in everything, but the market's changed a lot. A decade ago, it was a lot more valuable because you would get erroneous alerts coming through that are bad ticks, and then you're just wasting your time. So especially when I'm using custom lists, I don't really care because I'll pull it up and look at the chart. But yes, for back testing, I'd say that's where it's priority, right? Back testing, because you don't want to filter those bad ticks into your back test because that might end up being where all the money's coming from, and that's just chasing a ghost. You're never going to be able to participate. So yeah, typically I only keep it installed when I'm doing back testing here lately. And Holly's condition has improved. Yeah, and that one's probably a little bit dated, Plaza, if you're talking about the TI University. All right, well, don't look now, but we're greening up. Of course, yesterday, We came up here and popped new highs too, and then came back down, and now we just popped new highs again. So will it be able to hold today? And look what we have going on over here. Just classic for a market like this. Topping wick, bottoming wick. Kind of says it all right there. Yes, Dave, I agree with you wholeheartedly. And I think that's already in the queue. It's just that there's a lot of things in the queue. So we'll see moving forward. Just going to pop back in here and make sure I'm not missing anything. Have you played around with this field, Dave? Okay, let's see. Nope, that's not it. Because look what happened when I typed that in. Alert price rises to 70.86 unless price falls to 71 first. Nope. It's like they snuck that in. Maybe that would do it, but not really sure. All right, the volume levels are still a little bit sleepy. All right, questions panel is open. Well, thank you very much, Dave. And we are certainly happy that you're here, along with everybody else. Yeah, this is something you don't see every day. Every trade's a winner thus far. And no exits. Interesting. Any recommendations for catching RSI divergences on a scan for day trading the Qs? Ooh, the Qs. Well, you can certainly see here, relative strength is the pink line over here on my daily. Now, when you're talking about trading the Qs, are you referring to intraday? Because we do have the filters over here. Well, we could certainly do some experimentation. On that, we could do something like this. So we're going to blank out an alert window. Start it from scratch. Yes. And we're going to only point this to QQQ. Now, so what we're going to do here is we're going to add all these guys as columns, all the intraday stuff. And then, let's see, we need an alert. Would you care to pick an alert, Blue Moon? You want highs, lows, or just something that's going to trigger like running up, running down? Because really we're going to be focusing on these filters and see if we might see any correlations. Okay, Plaza, Steve was talking about CF. What are my thoughts on CF and Arch? Is commodities, oil and gas topping in your opinion? Well, it kind of appeared that way. Let's see. We'll come back to this in just a second. Lows, okay, I got your Blue Moon. As far as Arch goes, I mean, this thing, it took its pullback, but that's to be expected. All right. So I can't remember when, I think Steve's TOW, it worked really nicely. I can't remember exactly when it first popped onto as trade of the week, but it worked nicely. Of course, we took our pullback. All right. 2-day pullback, 3-day, you could call it. Just clipped the, I can't see my moving average there. Oh, it's my 50 right there. You know, cracked right through the 10, the 20, and the 50, and then put in that tail, and now it's back up to highs. Oil services, yeah, kind of struggling, but you know, look at what commodities are doing. You know, everything from wood to palladium. I mean, they're just continuing to go up in price for, you know, a variety of different reasons. So, you know, I forget what kind of price targets they're putting on oil. So it's with these oil and gas servicers and the big boys like Exxon and Chevron, you know, they're clearly, let's see, where'd my weekly go? There we go. I mean, you know, clearly in uptrends, but taking their pullbacks right now. So if you're looking to play some of these things, definitely I would look for pullback entries and not chase. You know, like Arch looking strong again, but you know, the breakouts here lately, you know, look at this last breakout from here to here. Didn't last too long. Then we had a little swoon down. All right. I love that little rounded pattern right there before we had that big breakout. But it just looks a little precarious up here. So, you know, if I was looking to enter Arch, if it takes off and the train leaves the station and it rips, well, things do that from time to time. But I wouldn't be taking the trade up here. If we got a little softness and pivoted back down to these levels here, I'd be looking for a pullback entry. Let's take a look at oil. Once again, clearly in an uptrend, just flagging a little bit up here, you know. So I'd rather be in this range, identifying my risk here. If it can't hold up, you know, but look, you know, that was before the range was established. We had that little wick down to the 10, but you know, a little predictive versus reactive, right? Clearly, you know where your stop is here. Of course, if you like playing the weeklies. Yep, you're right, Plaza. Okay, so we're going to use lows, price going lower, RSI is going higher. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, so what time frame should we play with first, Moon, on our filters here? Or I tell you what, let's just do this. I'm trying to think of what a good starting point would be for RSI. So if something's hitting a low, then we would want whatever time frame of RSI we pick here to be at a minimum of X. Because we can dictate the value here, okay? But it's not like we have a change filter for RSI because that seems like it would be the perfect fit, right? Hey, this thing's hitting a low and the change in the prior 15-minute RSI is going up, but we don't have any way to ask that question. We can just dictate the value. All right, let's pick 15 for now, all right? And we'll say, okay. And of course, this is just going to be kind of random here because we really don't know where to start. So we could pick a value or we could just do a quick back test and then go to optimization. I tell you what, let's do that first. All right, so pointed at the Qs, right? New low, that's all we got in here. So let's just do something like this. Now, I don't know what time you're going to be wanting to start looking at these things. 30 minutes after the open, an hour after the open. Is there a magic number there, Moon? Okay, I'll just do 30 minutes. If you want a different start time, just let me know. Timed exits, don't know what to put here either, so I'll just leave it at 45. Okay, 30 minutes after the open. Okay, we already got that here. What about your, just leave it wide open, or should we use 30, 45, 10 as far as your hold time goes? And since we're just exploring to see what's out there, okay, I'll just leave this on 45 and we'll say every time the Qs hit a low. Yeah, no worries. Well, looks like it's doing well on a percentage basis, but we don't know what the numbers look like now. Okay. 31 trades over the past 40 days using the first occurrence of the new low. Average winner, average loser, got a little bit of a negative spread there. Of course, our buying power is not dialed in properly, so let's just say 1400 through 50. And what does the daily look like? Okay, just kind of hit and miss, you know, winning close to 60%, a winning proposition from a percentage basis. But what did we really come here for? We came here to come check out 15-minute RSI. Okay. So we're looking at increments of 5. Let's just chop it down to 2, get a little more powerful scope, as it were. Okay, so a little pocket of green down here and a little pocket of green, we could say between here and here. That looks like the best grouping right there. Okay, so what if we said, okay, let's change our minimum to 26 and our maximum to 37.99. Then we come back in here. And my eyes are playing tricks on me today. And we Now, I just realized I'm running short scans. Was this short or long? It really doesn't matter because it's so easily shortable. You wouldn't have to worry about hard to borrow, but we can easily redo it for longs as well. Okay, so we went from 31 to 26 trades. We went from 58.1 to a higher win rate, but things got worse, as you can see here. Okay, well, let's do this. So when it hits a low, you want to go long. That should have snapped for me, but hey, I was confused. Let's remove these filters and try it long way. Okay, makes more sense now. I don't know why I was thinking that. Okay, so now we're going to go long. Okay, 41%, not looking too good. Of course, that's only with a 45-minute hold time, but let's go check out the 15-minute RSI again. See if it shows us anything different here. Okay, well, this kind of looks interesting here. In RSI, it's not confirming what we want to see, right? Because if it's moving down in that time frame, you got to think, well, RSI is probably low, not high, and that's exactly what this is telling us, right? This is where, um, oops, I'm like, no wonder it looks weird. That's 15-minute range. I want 15-minute RSI. There we go. Okay. So the only decent grouping I see here is between 6 trades, okay? And it looks like RSI is just a little bit below the 50th percentile, okay? Now, to your theory, all right, look, sometimes, but not very often, in this case, only one time in the past 40 days was RSI high, like we see here, when it was in that area in the 15-minute period. So see, a lot of the times and correct me if I'm not seeing this right, Moon, but that's what this data is telling us. Is that typically when on the 15-minute intraday, when the Qs are hitting lows, you're not going to see that divergence like you want. So, let me know if that makes sense, but that's what I'm gathering here. Now, just for giggles, if we did try to capture this little area right here, would it even backtest well? Hey, not a dead end at all, Blue. That's what we do. We have an idea, then we go explore, and a lot of the times we're disappointed because once we see the data, our theory falls apart. But that's what it's for, right? And that's natural. That's normal. If every idea that I had turned out to be good, well, I probably wouldn't be sitting here right now. I'd be off, ironing my money and enjoying the island life. But as you can see here, even grabbing that little area and trying to optimize it doesn't work out too good. But keep in mind too, trying to scalp these index ETFs is probably one of the hardest things you could ever attempt to do in the trading world. Boy, Holly really turned on the afterburners. Up 5.5 points now, of course, getting a little help from the market. And look, we're continuing higher. Broke those pre-market highs, and it looks like we're trying to firm up because nobody wants the market to tank on a Friday, right? Yeah, and to the point of the intraday RSIs, a lot of the times when I just got another random strategy that I think might be good and I go to back test it, usually the first place I'll go look for an optimization is 15-minute RSI, because a lot of the times it makes a huge difference, in that time frame. And a lot of the times it does improve a strategy, if you're looking to build a momentum strategy either to the up or the downside. Of course you are, Plaza, and I mean that literally. All right, little time check here. Wow, it's already 10 till, so Barry will be popping back in here about 5 minutes till the end here. No problem. That's why we're here, Moon. But boy, what a lift. And to think that I scalped these first few Holly plays, I was guilty of fading them. Scalped, 20, 30 cents out of each one. The Miho and who was the other first one out of the block here? Yeah, an AIG, but they turned out to work. But hey, that's the beauty of the AI. A lot of the times, when the AI is in a losing streak, but it's definitely breaking that streak today. A lot of people don't think about it in these terms, but if the pattern, looks like it's got a stop written all over it, you can always go the other way. But the situations have to be, appropriate when you're looking at the chart. Uh, I'm like, I don't get that whole arc concept. I mean, I get the concept of, oh, it's an arc and we're just going to load up in all these tech stocks, but man, how do people get that kind of money to invest and then make such colossal mistakes, And of course, it was the timing, right? It was the timing of the investments, not the fact that all those stocks didn't perform superior. It's just wrong time. And you see all these photos of Kathy Woods partying, having a great time all over social media. I'm like, well, maybe something else goes on behind the scenes and they get do-overs or something, but that's just nasty right there. What do we top
Hey,
out
Jamie,
at?
I don't know if you can hear me.
Almost 160. We're down here to
Jamie?
47 and change.
All right. I think you guys can hear me on YouTube. I don't think Jamie can
Yeah,
hear
you
me.
tell me and we'll both know, Circle. Yeah, it's like every other IPO you see is either a SPAC or some kind of pharmaceutical company as of late. I mean, just been flooded. Is Barry trying to get my attention? Well, thank you.
Yeah, I think you have,
Yeah, Barry, I've
I'm
noticed as
talking to you.
well. You
I think
when
you
you
have the
talk
site
in the
on mute.
lobby, it doesn't. I don't hear it.
Knock, knock.
Okay, Barry, if you're ready, just go ahead and show your screen, and then I'll deactivate mine over here.
There we go.
Okay, I see you. All right, everybody. It was fun. We'll see you next time. Thank you very much, Barry. Bye-bye.
No, Jamie wanted me to make sure he had to leave at 5:02, so I think he's got the site on mute. That's why he can't hear me. Anyway, guys, Interesting, if you were listening to me just before I went on my break, and just give me a moment, my music is a tad loud. How about now, guys? How about now? I think that, can you hear me in YouTube now? Testing, 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 in YouTube. I'm not talking about the main room. Now you can hear me? Oh, okay. All right, don't know what happened. Didn't really do anything, but okay. So now let's take a look at some of the things that are happening in my thumbnail scans. I mean, Facebook, again, we can thank Facebook. If you wanted this market to rebound at all, you know, we can thank Facebook. Obviously, this afternoon, after hours, Apple and Amazon. So those two, we get some good reaction from those two releases. Hey, we might have a nice move again tomorrow. So But this is a great move in the SPY, man, oh man. I don't know what you mean, Joe. Another trade ideas channel with no viewers. Don't know what you mean by that. We only have the two channels. You're in YouTube, and of course we've got the main room. So there are only two official. Can't speak for anything else. Look at Netflix. Look at even Netflix is trying to crawl back here. I mean, that's a big move. 185 to 197. Big move. It's not live, Joe. You might be looking at some replay. It's not live. The Q&A, if you're talking the Q&A, that was last night, the Wednesday webinar. Anyway, I don't think there's any news other than, Facebook lifted the market and yeah, it fell back. But I mean, Facebook, I think anyway, Facebook, if you can believe that the tech stocks aren't all dead, not all of them anyway. But I don't know if there's any specific news. All right, I don't think there, let me just see something here. All right, guy, yeah, WVE on a run, you are right. WVE on a run, Wave Life Sciences, oh, a real cheap one. There's nothing live that I know of, Joe, okay? So Joe, there's nothing else that's live, okay? I don't know what you're looking at exactly. There's nothing else that is live. I'm just talking to the other traders, so. Oh, RCMT guys, RCMT. Yeah, the earnings play, and it's just making another all-time high, RCMT, earnings play. There's another one, Metalla Royalty and Streaming Limited. I don't know what they do. Acquisition and management of precious metal royalty streams, etc. Okay, well, after a bunch of down days, it's trying to recover also. MTA trying to recover also. Next high looking left, is it above that high? 597. If it took that out, yeah, I just don't like it. I mean, now you're wondering, well, why am I bringing it up? It's showing up in a scan, but I just look at it and I think there's too many little areas where it could stall, in my opinion, anyway. So, but I won't know that until I click on the alert, of course. There is almost a red bar ignored for MTA on the 15-minute chart. Yeah, I wonder what she'll say. I mean, it's all well and good to, well, just got to hang on or it'll all come back. But, a lot of people don't have that, don't have the capacity just to hold and watch their portfolio get cut in half or 2/3. They just don't have that. Staying power, that's the term I wanted. If you're talking to me, Don, maybe others, I don't use excuse me, I don't use stochastics at all, okay? So I, yeah, so I don't know. I really can't help you there. Yeah, I'm just not a stochastics user. So consequently, I have never built a scan around stochastics. I also don't trade the the high leverage ETFs. So just not sure how I can add anything to that. Boy, this market won't quit right now. Boy, it's been a while since I've been able to say that on the upside anyway. We keep talking about won't quit on the downside, but we've got one, two, three, four, five, six. So we're almost an hour and a half of straight up. Almost. We haven't had that a while ago. Okay, Ronak, yes, you can. So this is what I would do. I think what you're talking about is creating a docked window, all right? So I'm going to send you to my homepage. Hopefully you can hear me. It is possible, yes. So I'm going to send you to my homepage. Okay, click on that link. First of all, Ronak, can you hear me? Okay, good. So go to my homepage. Click on the homepage. Let me just see. Okay, so this is what you're going to see when you click on my link. So go to the education section. Okay, click on the education section. Once you've clicked on my homepage link. Okay, now go to the user guide. Click on the user guide. And then when you find, scroll down a little bit, when you find docking, there's a section called docking. Take a look at that, all right? And that explains how you can take, all your windows and put it into what we call a docked channel. For instance, like this. Okay, these are my thumbnail charts. I've got them all in here in a window, in a docked window. Okay, so it'll explain how to do that. So again, just click on the docking. Now, once you've taken a look at it, it's a combination of text and some videos. If you're still struggling, then let me know and I'll demonstrate right on the screen. Okay. The reason I think it's better for you to do it this way because I can demonstrate on the screen, but you may forget what I'm saying and for the next time. So you might want to just take a look at this first. Okay, does that make sense? But to answer your question, absolutely you can do that. You just saw me do that. I've also got these docked. I've got all these docked. Are you okay? I think I see what's happened. Okay, here we go. Yeah, nice. That's not my living room. It could be minus the piano. Boy, Netflix is challenging 200 again. And look at Toast, T-O-S-T. This is on the move. And this is the first day I can actually point to the AI and saying, wow, I mean, this has had a great day. Let's see if we can continue if the day, I think this is probably the first time, yeah, every single trade is profitable. Well, it doesn't happen very often, believe me. So let's see, maybe we can start getting a trend back with the AI. AI had a good couple of months, but that was a couple of months ago. Hood has earnings after hours, doesn't it? Hood has earnings after hours. Post market, yes. So it has earnings after hours. It'll be really interesting to see what they come up with. Yeah, the Viru worked. I mean, it worked for a while. I don't know if you heard me, Zach, but I actually did end up. I actually did end up taking this trade with my the way I did it, in my technique. I was on my break, but I was doing my exercise. I just put a giant screen so I could follow it. I could hop off my board if I had to in order to get out of the trade. But yeah, it worked out well, percentage basis. Yeah, the IMGO, I mean, it's been now, I mean, the spread isn't terrible now. The spread was a bit bad at the beginning, but the same principle, guys, just put your price alert at that first alert. Now, is this going to work every time? First of all, look at the market. Now, remember what I was saying just before I went on break. In fact, it was right, well, probably right around here. No, I said the market doesn't have to be moving higher for bounces to work, but it certainly it can help. The market can be going kind of neutral sideways for bounces to work. You probably wouldn't get huge bounces, but if the market is moving really down, yeah, will some bounces work? Yes, but probably again not big. This is where bounces work. Okay, if you get a move like this in the SPY, probably most bounces are going to work. I mean, it just makes sense, right? And well, they're going to work, but they're going to work really well. Yeah. So Dave, just go to my home page. Okay, go to my home page. Go to the scan. Go to the education section. Okay, go to the education section. And when you click on the education section, then click on the user guide. And then you'll see docking right there, okay? So go to my homepage, go to the education section, click on the Trade Ideas user guide, and then find docking. And again, if I will demonstrate it if you want later, if you're still anybody's a little, even if you looked at the guide, maybe a little bit unsure about what to do. can certainly do it. Docking is not something that you have to do. You know, I think it cleans things up nicely, but it's not something you have to do. Wow, when was the last time we had a move like this, guys, in the SPY? Yeah, you know what, Dave? It's not, I wouldn't call it super easy. It requires a little bit of practice. Once you get the hang of it, though, I mean, yeah, anything is easy once you do it a few times. But I have to admit, the docking is not the easiest thing to do. You know, you really got to follow the steps. And remember when it first came out, I was kind of struggling with it. All right, I have to make sure, yeah, I have my sound on. I'm getting nothing new for the last little while. First target of harmonic. I know you meant harmonic. I know you meant harmonic, but you must have been excited to type it in. I guess I get rid of the break. Well, let's see. The last time I looked at Apple was running a bit ahead of earnings, and it still is. Yes, it still is. You know, so the bets are being placed by these people if they hold through earnings. I mean, not necessarily, you know, these people, anybody who's in it right now buying it is not necessarily going to hold through earnings, but, you know, there will be some, of course. Just waiting for another one, Zach, another bouncer. Of course, you're not probably going to get too many bounces now, or stocks that are making, you know, these lows because of what the market's doing. So I guess we have to start looking for topping plays. So TOST, there is one. So same thing. Okay, so look at this. So TOST, the first alert happened in 2020. It is now 2039. Okay, now you know, the reverse is true. I mean, you know, to try to pick a top and short it when the market is doing this, you know, it's not, you're sort of now have to reverse your thinking. Again, would you want to play a bounce when the market is tanking? You know, not saying they don't work. I would say, though, in my experience, that playing tops, even when the market is accelerating, as long as it's a real parabolic one, probably has a higher degree of working than trying to play a bounce when the market is tanking, if that makes sense. But these are not easy. But take a look at the TOST. So there's the alert at 2020. What I'm going to do is just, I'll stick a price alert there, and now I'll forget about it. And see if it takes that out, because there's good support right around 1926, looking at that 5-minute chart. But, you know, obviously if you got in at even at 20 and it moved down here, that'd be a great move. So but you know, I don't have to stare at it. Hey, no problem, Laura. All you have to do is go to my home page. link in. Go to my home page. Okay, go to my home page. And here. Okay, so go to my home page and click on the scan section. There is scans, click here, and there it is. Okay, Zach's bouncers and toppers. And if we could ever get DAC to give us some scan, I could have Zach's and DACs. Ronak, that's exactly what you should do. Well, I don't know if those are the two that you want. Depends on the type of trader you are. But yeah, see, the thing is, there's a lot of information, a lot of different types of scans that you can have. The scans that I'm sharing doesn't mean I don't have them all up and running. Okay, that'd be crazy. I just got a lot of scans there, because there's all sorts of different trading styles. And so some of them, are more like pullback. Some of them are gaps and continuations, gap down and reverse. There are different types of scans. There are momentum scans. If you're new to trading, though, I mean, you have to figure out, what sort of a trader you want to be. And as opposed to just answering a great trader, but seriously, you have to kind of figure out, well, what makes sense to me to trade. So if you're new, the other thing, again, are you new to trading, Ronak, or are you just new to trade ideas? Because the other thing in the education section, if you scroll down, there's a nice little video series that, is a nice introduction to trading. Okay, so yeah, if you're more of a swing momentum trader, yeah, a lot of this is, you're right. There's a lot of information. And you're in an active trading room. I mean, there are swing traders in the room. There is another trading room also. Okay, what I call the main room, and there is a swing tab. There is a swing tab where people talk more about swing trading. But if you're looking to day trade, I mean, this is a great, I don't think there's a better scanner out there. But it's all about the scans you create too. You either create or take some of the scans from me, or again, from this channel bar. We've got a lot of scans here. But yeah, you'd be overwhelmed. You look at all these different channels. These are all themed channels, and you see, here's the momentum channel. Wow, now what? Okay. But if you like momentum, and who doesn't like momentum? But the problem is that trade ideas, I mean, that's why it's called trade ideas. You get everything I get doesn't mean I take the trade, but they have passed some scanner. They've passed, anything I see has passed some filter criteria. Okay, so I know at least it should be somewhat interesting to me. But I always have to check. I always have to click on the alert, check my charts, see what the market's doing. So it's not just a matter of I get an alert. Even though I love my scans, it doesn't mean I take every single alert. Of course not. Well, if you've got charting experience, Ronak, though, I mean, you're I want to say halfway there, but at least you don't have to learn all about that. You understand candlesticks. You understand probably you're looking at more like daily, weekly, and monthly patterns, things like that. So at least you've got some charting experience. I hope, anyway. You understand about placing stops. Every trade's not going to work. The swing trade, yeah, that's not going to work. They're not all going to work. So hopefully you understand the concept of placing stops. And if you've been trading for 25 years. I would assume that you know all that. Yeah, it just showed up. Okay, 440. What did it do? So 440. Now, here's the issue. Again, just because it showed up on my option scanner, look at the next high looking left is 447. And then, well, 485 isn't bad. I guess if it could get through, but see, for me, stocks under $5, that 50-cent mark can be a bit of a psychological barrier to get through. That's my opinion. Just like I know people think I'm crazy, but I find whole numbers are the same thing. They can be a little bit psychological to get through. It shouldn't matter. It's just a number. But I find that stocks under five, the 50-cent mark can be almost as tough to get through as the dollar, the whole number. So consequently, I mean, I'm looking here 447. Now, I guess if it gets through 447 and through 450, the issue then is, okay, the next high is 485 and all of this right around five. I mean, that's not a ton of room. I mean, if you took the trade right now at 447 and it got up to five, sure, that's a great percentage move. But, is that going to happen? You sent your scans? You didn't put a link in, did you? Oh, okay. You're kidding. Okay. I was just kidding, by the way. You don't have to give us your scans. I just thought it'd be kind of cool, Zach and Dak. That's all. Shoot, you're right. I didn't have sound on for a while. So anyway, LMND, I'm just looking here, 2193 on the top. It didn't move very much higher than that. You know, probably only a couple of pennies. In fact, that was the top, 2193. So you got the alert there. And then you could have watched it just for a second and then maybe taken it on the short. We got down to 2142. Now it's bouncing now, so I would be out of it. If you took this around say 2190 even, I think the spread was probably 5, 6, 7, 8 cents. No, Mookie, he put in an old style collaboration link. He should put in a cloud link, okay? All he has to do, what he did was this, he right clicked and he went collaborate. He's just got to go save or share to cloud. Okay. So no, you don't need premium to see that. But the collaboration link is such an old style of sharing. Right, what happened to RCMT? RCMT, yeah, it's still pretty strong. This could be interesting tomorrow, guys, okay? You know what? I'd be watching this I did it, RCMT tomorrow. Why? It's an earnings play. It's an all-time high. So if you took this one earlier and this thing closes near the highs, I'm not, this is not investment advice, but I mean, there's obviously no resistance, because it's an all-time high now and a big breakout. And it's an earnings play. You can see right there, released earnings. Actually, released earnings. Let's take a look at the reaction after hours. Look at that reaction after hours. This is yesterday. This is after hours, that mauve area. So that was the reaction after hours to earnings. Wake up this morning, not bad. It's holding. And there was the post market high at 1554. It sank a little bit, with the market. Look at the market. It sank a little bit, got all the way down to 13 something. But look at this. That's a great run now. All right, so today is Thursday, so 2 o'clock, there is a marketing meeting that I attend. So again, if you're not in this one right now, the RCMT, watch it tomorrow. Put it on some kind of a watch list or put a price alert or something, just because this could be a second day continuation on earnings. Could be. So earnings play, and I mean, what's stopping it now? Other than, obviously profit taking, things like that. But, this was, I mean, it's up 37%. something happened on this day or this month. There was a big volume month, and then nothing for months and months and months. People who are in this saying, "Oh my gosh, what have I got myself into?" For 5, 6, 7 months, just doing absolutely nothing. Hmm. There's the other one that showed up in the option scanner, the ACTG. Um, yeah, I mean, 540 is the high, looking left on the monthly chart. Again, I just think that $5 level can be a real psychological barrier to get through. All right, CVRX, I hear over and over and over again. Wow, look at this one. I think probably somebody put that in earlier, maybe. I don't know, maybe on this break here. And another low float situation, 7.7 million in the float. So just a word about what you're seeing here, where it says basic new highs don't repeat, basic new lows don't repeat. So what this is showing you, okay, so for IDAE as an example, the first alert happened at 9:31, so literally a minute after the market opened. The price was at 673 at the time of the alert. So I can go back and I can click on the alert, okay, and I'm going to elongate or I'll get this chart just a little bit bigger. There we go. See the blue arrow? That's telling me that's the candle. That's a 15-minute candle. If I went back on the 5, I'd see the 5-minute candle. If I went back on the 2, I'd see the 2-minute candle. But that's what that blue arrow is telling me. But more importantly, now I go, okay, great. I had an alert at 9:31, 673. What did it do afterwards? So I can look and I can see, wow, I say, okay, got up to 810 from 673. Now it's fallen back in a big way, but that's why I like to have this, just to show, just kind of say, okay, great, I had an alert there. What did it do afterwards? Remember, these are not strategies in terms of you just take the alert. But, I mean, if I created this and every time I clicked on it and, maybe went up a penny and then it just collapsed every single stock, then I'd have to revise this because yeah, even though I don't want to take every trade, I don't want to be inundated with trades that completely wouldn't have worked, if that makes sense. So again, here's the SWVL 1001 at 10:15. There's the candle. What did it get up to? 11.16, $1. Not easy. I mean, with that, it wasn't. I'm not saying this was super easy. PBI, I don't think really ran 531. Yeah, I mean, got up to 541, nothing fantastic. But that's now here's the latest, 113. 714 was the price. What's it going to do? Well, it's at 728 now. I'm not saying it's going to keep running, but and then the RCMT at 1605. You just sort of see, okay, it's working a bit. Yeah, so I have a question in our YouTube room. What range do I consider a low float? So for me, anything under 20 million is a low float, okay? That's for me. And of course, when we get these absolutely crazy moves, I mean, you know, that's a crazy move, 37%. How can it do that? Well, 7 million in the float, that'll help. But we've seen even crazier moves, of course, 100, 200, 300% with very low floats. So that's for me. However, if a person is used to trading Facebook, as an example, with 2.3 billion in the float, that person might think, wow, 100 million is low float to me. So it really depends on what you're used to trading. You know, there's no absolute answer. But for me, I think anything 20 million and under is what I personally consider a low float. MKTW? I mean, I don't even know if that's correct, but that's a micro float. I mean, 600,000 shares in the float. Now, I don't know what's happening with this one right now. I don't see any specific news on it, but something's happening. Look at the volume coming in. A mead pump, okay. Well, okay, so we've got 47%. He says 300%. Well, it might be, I don't know. Hard to know on these really cheap ones with that sort of a float. I should actually I'll check another source, see if they even have it listed as a stock. Yeah, so I mean, I'm looking at Finviz as an example. You know, they've got 25 million. Also, their short float percent is like 6%. .8%, not 300%. So I don't know. I mean, it's so hard with these little ones. Yeah, so I don't know where our provider is getting this. So blue collar, do your checking if you're still in the room. See the post above? Okay. You want me to read through all of that? Why don't they just have a section that says shares outstanding float? But thank you for that. I know what you mean. I mean, you really have to dive into that though. And again, for those of you who are new and why we do talk about the float is, again, the number of shares available for trading. So typically you take the number of shares that are outstanding and then you start subtracting, and not so much for these little ones, but you start subtracting what mutual funds own, the C-suiters, the CEOs, the COOs, etc., what they own, maybe directors, because they cannot trade those shares on a daily basis. So you take the number of shares outstanding and you start subtracting all of those shares, and that gives you the float. That's the number of shares that are available to trade on a given day. So when you get something that's very, very low, let's just say this is not too, I mean, I don't know what it is. Let's just say though it's 10 million. That's still very low. So it's like any other commodity on earth. That is the supply of stock. Okay, that's the available supply, which is the float. And then if for whatever reason you get high demand, what happens? Like any other commodity on earth, the price will go up. Okay, so that's why we do talk about the float. And that's why, it's not, I don't even have a scan. I mean, I do have one of the scans I'm sharing is low floaters on the move. I don't use it. Most of the things, of course, I see in here probably are relatively low float. Not because I'm scanning for it, but because I'm interested in stocks that are having abnormal trading days. And typically, the only way a stock can have like a really abnormal trading day is if the float is kind of low. So I don't really have to scan for it. So again, demand, 7.2 million, there's your supply. The demand is high. Why? Had earnings. Okay, so the reaction to the earnings is causing this move of 37%. Now I used to always say, Facebook is not going to move 5% with that float, except the day it did. Well, even today, these are extraordinary moves. When Facebook did this, and this was their last earnings release, that was an extraordinary move for that sort of a float. But for Facebook to be up 18% with 2 billion in the float, that is extraordinary. Doesn't happen very often. All right, well, here's one from your top scan, the ZNTL. It's had a great run. It's just over that whole number. And the next high looking left is 26. So that was 26 yesterday. You look left again and you get, what's that high there? It's 26.99. So, I mean, it's got some room before it hits that next high. But yeah, I mean, this is coming from your top scan also. GFF is not on it because on mine, I must have made some kind of a change to it. I know what it is. The volume was low because I altered your scan. I think it has to be 500,000 shares. I think. And the answer is yes. See, there's 500,000, so that's why it's not showing up. And that's just something personally I did. Others don't have to do it, but. Okay, the market is flattening out a little bit here. And why these are all risky is because, typically you don't want to short something that's trending well. I mean, it's that simple. You don't want to go long something that is trending very poorly down. I mean, that's sort of call it, go with the flow, in other words. All right. But, if you can kind of get around how to play these, I mean, they can be extremely profitable, but it's not for new users, in my opinion. but we have all sorts of different trading styles in the room. So, and user experience in the room. See, this is maybe not a parabolic move enough. This has been just inching, for the ZNTL. But at some point, beneficial owner, so that's a quick way. Aha, okay, there we go. Thank you. So at 28,000, so we're talking about the MKTW. So 28,000 shares. $28 million, sorry, 28 million. So then now you'd have to do some subtracting, I guess. Don't make it easy. That you have to start subtracting. Oh, I see. Okay. Ah, I see. That's cool. Hey, nice. Well, you could be our go-to guy for floats, okay? That's your job. Nicely done, though. All right, maybe this is a little top now for the ZNTL, okay? Got up to, we did not get an alert, at that high from Zach Scan, but maybe that is a bit of a top. These little topping tails can tell a story, and especially if the market starts to move down a little bit, just a little bit. Oh, you got a good memory, PJ. Yeah, Lululemon, a minuscule little store right from where I lived in Kitsilano in Vancouver. It started, and I mean a little storefront. What is Lulu doing? I haven't looked at Lululemon for a long time. Wow. Just, all right, guys. I'm going to put myself on mute now. I'm going to put the announcement in. I'll be in this marketing meeting. And again, finally, I can display I can hold my head up high and display what the AI did today. Okay, let's hope this is maybe going forward. We start to get some good alerts. I like the ones under 30. So, but anyway, let's hope that maybe we have some continuation. I mean, obviously the market helped immensely. Okay, guys, put myself on mute here. All right, guys, I'm back. You see the SPY is just flattened right out after that big run. The SPY is flattened right out. Facebook's still holding. Let's take a look at Apple again as it heads into earnings and see if the enthusiasm is still there for Apple. Kind of. I mean, a little bit of a fade, but so again, YouTube, there was no YouTube from 3:30 to 4:30 again today. Chris is in Washington, DC. So he'll be back for next week though. So back to normal hours, 3:30 to 4:30 in YouTube next week. Jen J, what view is this? So you're looking at just a layout that, on my monitor that I share. Okay, it's just something that I've created for myself. When you say you're new here, are you new to trade ideas or do you have the program or are you just new into the trading room? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Sounds like when you say on the program, it means you're probably new to trade ideas. So let me give you a few links. Might help you. First of all, can you hear me? Oh, okay. Sorry. I did see you answered. Okay, so click on my homepage link. Just put the homepage link in there. Let me get rid of some of these. All right, so when you click on my homepage link, if you haven't done this right now, then please do this. Do the Let's Get Started. Okay, click on that link, the Let's Get Started. Now you probably won't have to do the first couple, but it goes there. It's about a 30-minute long segmented video. 1 of 10, download and installation, 1 minute and 19 seconds, etc. Okay, first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic. So it'll take you about 30 minutes to go through all of these episodes. You may not need to go through them all, especially if you've already downloaded. Okay, so that's the first step. Next step is, well, here's a few things you can do from my homepage. You can get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video where I call this "What Makes This Trade Great" video at noon Eastern. Now here are all the scans that I'm sharing. I'm sharing a lot of scans here. So I don't have a layout that I share. What I do is I try to create individual scans. Not everybody wants every single one of these. So what I do is I kind of get you to pick and choose what you might like. Okay, so there are all sorts of scans are here that I'm sharing. The other thing is, if you go to the education section, and if you click on the user guide, now the user guide is broken into segments. So if you want to learn more about alert windows, top list windows, you want to know how to create a price alert on a chart, a sound alert in an alert window, you can put a unique sound on each one of these windows, or the windows that you have, the alert windows, so that when you hear a sound, you'll know which window to look at. Watch list. So I mean, you don't have to learn everything all at once, all right? But probably you want to look at alert windows and top list windows, just so you understand what they are. Okay, that's one. Okay, I'm going to go over the channels in a second. You've already probably, again, if you haven't done the getting started, I would do that. The daily support. So again, usually Chris is there between 3:30 and 4:30 in our YouTube room, but he's gone this week, so it'll start again Monday though. Also between 12 and 1, another trader takes over. I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern, and another trader takes over in our trading in the YouTube room. So for instance, tomorrow it'll be Andy, but you can also join that. We have webinars. You can sign up for all the webinars here. If you're new to trading, then you might want to look at this little series called Back to Basics. And it starts off with what is a stock? So there's a lot of information. My homepage, obviously the let's get started, my scans and the education. So you may want to save my link, excuse me, so that you can look at this anytime you want. Now, what you were saying about the channels. So yes, we have a lot of channels. When you click on new from our toolbar, and then click on dock channel bar. So all these channels, these are all theme-based channels, okay? So, if you want to find more about momentum, here's a momentum channel down here. And okay, you're going to be back. Okay, let me know when you're back. I'll keep going. But the whole idea of all those channels, for anybody else who's listening, is that you can take a look at the scans we've got there, and you can, if you saw something you liked, you just save it to the cloud. Okay, and you go through the different channels, maybe start extracting scans that we've created, save them to the cloud, then you can bring them back one at a time, and thereby creating your own layout without actually knowing how to create a layout in the first place. Yeah, well, a maximum loss is absolutely crucial. Yeah, you get into trading. I didn't really go over it today. I gave it a break. But yeah, you have to have a number that you're willing to lose on every trade you get into. How much am I willing to risk on it? And is it $100? Is it $200? And all depending on your account size. Obviously, if you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. Yeah, stop losses, guys. Stop loss, stop loss, stop loss. Where you're going to put it. I mean, that's another. It's an art to where you're going to put a stop loss. But you have to have the way I trade anyway. You have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade. They don't all work, as we all know. That is a heck of a recovery for. I mean, it's still down a lot for TDOC. Be interesting to see what it does tomorrow. I mean, it's still down 40%, but be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. So I'll just put this link in again for those of you who are looking or not members of Trade Ideas, but maybe wanting to try us out. We have this test drive, what we call a test drive. It starts on May the 16th and it runs to the 29th. I'm going to show you what it looks like. So if you click on this link, this is what you're going to see. So there it is, sign up for the test drive. So what it is you'll have access to the full premium service, just as if you were a premium subscriber. The only thing you won't be able to do is auto trade, okay? So that's the only thing you won't be able to do. Otherwise, you'll have access to the full program. It'll cost you $11.11. It starts on the 16th. So if you sign up today, all you're doing is you're pre-registering, okay? That's all you're doing, you're pre-registering. And that'll be 10 trading days, 16th to the 29th. Now you'll actually have access to the program Friday the 13th. You'll have access about an hour after the market closes. And so then you can play around with trade ideas. Obviously, there's no live data, markets are closed, but you can go to the channel guide. You can take a look at what, our alert windows, top list windows. You can check out the channel bar. You can check out all the things that we've got before you actually take the test drive. So you won't be just completely unaware of what's happening with this program. Okay. Now, the other thing is if you're a standard subscriber and you want to have access to our premium service, The premium service, typically people want it for the AI, and I can finally demonstrate a good day with the AI. You know, virtually every trade was positive to certain degrees. So you can sign up if you want to try our premium service for those 2 weeks. Once the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. We don't. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay, so don't worry about that. And again, if you sign up today, you're pre-registering. That's all you're doing. You're not going to get live data until the 16th. So please don't contact our support people and say, "Hey, I just signed up. Where's my data?" Okay. Okay, so Jen, yeah, so before you left, I was just talking about, yeah, the channel bar. You can go into the doc channel, and these are all theme-based channels. So why we did this, yeah, they're theme-based channels and different scans from within. So for instance, if you clicked on the momentum channel and you like this, take a look at this alert window here. And you look at this alert window right here, and you think, momentum, wonder what that is. So you right click, configure, summary. And that's the format for every top list window and alert window. Right click, configure summary, and it's going to tell you what it's looking for. So in this particular case, these are the filters that have been set up here. So if a stock is between $1 and $50 and the current volume is 3, that means it's trading 3 times normal up to this point of the day. So say 245. So if you take the average volume over the last 10 days up to 245, it has to be 3 times that. Okay, that's what that current volume, relative volume filter is, etc. So if these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. That's why CVRX showed up here. So if you like this idea, then you can save it to the cloud. You can always, just give me a moment. Where are you? You can always, of course, alter things. Oh, yeah, okay, good for you. You can always alter things or change things. If you don't like the price range, for instance, I mean, you might say, I want 10 to 100 instead of 1 to 50. So click on that summary and you see how it is now changed 10 to 100. So if that's what you want to do, and you can take my scans and do the same thing. If you want to do that, that's fine. Make the change, say okay, and now you can save it to the cloud. Now, a word about that. If you make a change and go to another channel, watch, I'll go to the pre-market channel. I'm going to come back to the momentum channel. I'm going to right click on that summary again. And you might say, hey, wait a minute, I changed it to 10 and 100. And why is it back to 1 and 50? The thing is about our channels, the channels are for everyone, okay? So the fact a person wants to make a change to something like this, that's not necessarily what everybody else wants. So, but of course, as I just demonstrated, you can take a scan and then you can alter it, change it to your style of trading, and then save it. So the idea really isn't to stay on the channels all day long necessarily. I mean, you can do that. But really, what we're trying to do is create a lot of different types of scans in the different channels, and you can save what you might like to make part of your layout. Okay. Okay, guys, so it is 2:47. So again, I'll be putting myself on mute at around 3. The room will be open until 3:30, and then both rooms will close. Chris is not here, so normally he'd be in the YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30, but Chris is gone for this week. So good time to ask me questions, before I put myself on mute. I had some questions before, not in this room, but emails that came in. What is the difference between a top list and an alert window, and why would you use one over the other? So just think of it like this. A top list, number one, it gets updated every 30 seconds, okay? But a top list window, let's just say you wanted to see the stocks that were up the most today, percentage wise. So you could create a top list window and then sort on the change from either the open, if that's what you want, the biggest changes from the open or the biggest changes from the close. And you basically, you're ranking them. So you would see the stocks depending on what you're looking for, say the biggest changes from the open or the biggest changes from the close, and you could rank them. That's what a top list does, and it'll update every 30 seconds. An alert window, though, will give you, as well, as I said in here, say the basic new highs, you set up, it's an event. So the idea here is if a stock meets all of these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. So it's more like an event. So for instance, you could be looking at a top list window and you could see the stock that is up the most for the day, but it could actually be dropping. It doesn't mean that it's making a new high or anything like that. But you might be interested, just follow, I want to see the stocks that are up the most today or had the highest relative volume today. You can rank them any way you want. But an alert window is something that gives you a real-time alert. And I just use new high. I mean, we have a lot of different alerts, of course. Obviously the new high, new low, but all of these, there are all sorts of different types of alerts that you can use. I just happen to be a person that like to see stocks making new highs or new lows for the day. No, there's no way to go further than 2 years. No. Well, actually, that's not true. I mean, you can go a lifetime change. We have position. So depends what you mean by that. I mean, we have some really interesting filters. For instance, you see here my single stock window. We can show the position and the lifetime range. So I could find stocks that are nearer its lifetime range, either on the high side or the low side. Stock making, lifetime lows or lifetime highs, or the position in the 2 year, 3 month, year, 5 day, 20 day, etc. Yeah, you can't be. Yeah, 4 years. No, no, you can't. No, I see what you're saying. No. Yeah, 2 years is the longest we go back, and then of course the lifetime. Yeah, look at PBI on the move again, guys. PBI on the move, modestly. So this is an earnings play, but it is coming into a lot. Remember this one, it showed up. It showed up on this basic new highs, but I looked at that and said, man, 531. But look here, look left, 552. Looks like there's some pretty decent resistance. So that's why I didn't take that trade, didn't even try to. OST it showed up in in a resume. Okay, it's an IPO, I guess. So it showed up in the resume. It's a quirk when it's an IPO. I would say 90% of the time it will show up as a resume. And if it didn't halt, you won't see the halt. It just shows up as a resume. So that's probably where I saw it. Other people, of course, were talking about it, not just myself. So I don't know what you mean by, can I only see lifetime range on the details? I don't know. Oh, you mean here? In these details? Oh, no. It's a filter. So if I right click, configure, we've got a lot of great position filters. So if I do a search and I type in position, so you can have the position, these are all percents, position of the open, position of the 5-minute range, 15, 30, 60, position in range. I use this one all the time. I always like to see stocks near the high of the day. So position in range, that's today's range. So a position in the previous day's range. So if I want to see stocks that are above, if I want to see stocks that are above the high of yesterday, as an example, I could click on that, add the filter, and I could put 100. So that means a stock is at least at yesterday's high, if not higher. If I wanted to see stocks below yesterday's low, I would put 0 here. So it has to be at least at yesterday's low, if not lower, things like that. So lots of position, and then position in the pre-market range. We have the 5, 10, 30, 20, 3 months, 6, 9, and then the year, and then 2 year, and the lifetime. Okay? You cannot turn it into an alert, no. But a lot of times, it's almost as powerful creating a top list like that, so that you see stocks that are close to the range, close. So they haven't quite broken, say, a 3-month high, or a 6-month high, or not 6-month, a 9-month high, or the year's high. So you can set up a top list using the min and the max. Say, just for argument's sake, you could put 90 and 95, or 95 and 99 in the min and the max of any one of those ranges. That would mean that a stock is within 1 to 5% of the high of that range. That may be more interesting than the actual break. It sort of sets you up for, this is getting close to breaking it. Well, I do see that Netflix hit 200. Man, obviously, I guess helped by Facebook. I mean, I think Facebook obviously had a huge effect on the market lift today. But all eyes on Apple, Apple and Amazon, especially Apple. So you can see the bets are being placed right now. Now these are people. I'm not saying that everybody who bought Apple today is going to hold through earnings, but there's obviously some optimism based on the way it's trading right now. I don't hold anything through earnings, but I'll certainly be watching Apple and Amazon afterwards. And we have an after hours channel. So if you want to watch all that, you just click on new, doc channel bar, and then where are you? After hours? Okay, nothing will be in here yet, of course, because it'll only start at 4 o'clock Eastern time. Okay. All right, guys, I think I'll just put my announcement in. Oh, I've already got that. Okay, give me a break, or give me a break. Give me a moment. As I say, the room will be open until 3:30. I'll put myself on mute now, a little bit earlier. Usually I do it around 3, but again, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. So if I have to hop on the mic, I will. Okay, guys, so I'm putting myself on mute now. All right, Anthony, I don't exactly know what you mean. One of my alert windows is not clickable. You'd have to send, nah, you can't send it to me in YouTube. I don't know what you mean by that. It's not clickable. Is it a window that you had before that was clickable and now for some reason it isn't? But I don't know what you mean by it is not clickable. Can you hear me? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right, well, I'm going to put myself on mute. Let me know if you can hear me. And then I don't quite understand what you mean. My alert window is not clickable. I don't know what you mean by that exactly. The problem is I'd like to be able to take a look at it, but you can't put the link in YouTube. You know, if you can come over into the main room and then you can give me the link and then I can take a look at it. But other than that, I really don't know how I'm going to help you or be able to help you. Okay, everybody, I'm going to wrap it up now. Nathane, I tried to help you, but I didn't see you respond, so I'm going to wrap up the room now. Thanks a lot for all the help. I'm going to get the script in. Just give me a moment here. Yeah, thanks a lot for all the help today. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.